They fantasize, I analyze, I am the eyes. Yeah. They stand in lie, I stand in truth. That's my I am alive, I am alive, I am alive. I channel God, the frequency lives inside. Delinquencies leap aside, just look inside. I promise you'll find bodies the synagogue. You lie to self, then you sin to God. I take the end of lines, put it in a loop, then I tie a knot. This eternal life, this is Heka'u. We can never die, we are immortalized. They live mortal lives. I am more than man. I have God inside. Whoa. Opened the door and then I got inside. Found my inner child. Gave him a hug. Told him I love him. We gon' be alright. And then I gave a smile. You made me more than proud. Shed some tears. Let us scream aloud. A stand in pride. Grabbed his hand. It was the hand of God. Our fingers five. Double time. We put hands to sky. Raise them high. Raise them high. This is dua. Praise himself, praise each other, praise to health, that is the root to wealth. Praise comes from per, and it means to sell. See, that's what preachers do, buying souls, selling hell. Disguised as heaven, pushing P. Differences between prophet and prophecy. The Bible is a prop to see the lies of man, portraying God, open eye to see. Telling tales of wanderings. I've been wondering, they don't know that we're the real wonders. Miracles, when I speak it thunders. Literal, you feel it under your flesh when your organs start to rumble. Heartbeat, you're listening to vibrations as my heart speaks. Stretch minds, I have far reach. Raj General, this is our me. This is pinnacle. Step on sinister. Everyone is demons these days. Trust me, once you step to us, you will not leave as you came. See, we ain't the same, raising names. Real fame comes from Ba. It means to speak, to say. I have lots to say. My ancestors taught me how to pray. Ask and receive. Given that you live in reciprocity, our Ba shall speak through you to give our message of praise. Hands raised. This is dua. This is dua. Light body emerges Kaaba. Give me high five. Hands up. This ain't a stick up. This is dua. Giving praise. They're only giving praise when they receive a raise. Like thank God. I receive a raise as I rise up every single day. Raise comes from res, giving life the sun's rays, hands embrace. Consciousness extinct, even the ones who think they are woke are still asleep. Resi means to watch and it deals with what you see. Resi means to dream and it's the tongue of the speech. Watch what you speak, bring dreams to reality. Watchtower, watch me tower over with power. This is more than album, this is pure magic. Creation vibrations, layers on layers. Prayers on prayers, demon slayers, soul cakes of fire, caught up in a rapture like I need a baker. The Lord has risen, watch the bread rise, to give sustenance. I've seen death eyes, the moon is my left eye. Praise Yah, dua. This is House of Aten. I don't have a mask on. I'll tell you all what happened. I see they got the facts wrong, flow fluid. Walk with ancestors like I'm Putin's. Who's this Greek named Anubis? Prove it. I see bodies walking around soulless, clueless. Ani Ptah, don't compare me to Steve Jobs. Call me Ptah Sakar. If you need to do more research, search Ray. Hands in vagina plays when pray. Spitting seeds into the womb to birth and raise. See, that's parades. Give thanks like it's in your hands. Collect them plates, ancient stelae. Step through fire, see we trailblaze. Fate and faith, this is knowledge. Facts or flip a fake. Tell me what's at stake to give thanks. Hands raised, this is dua. This is dua. Light body emerges Kaaba. Give me high five. Hands up. This ain't a stick up. This is dua. Jasanet. I'm complete while I am sleeping on my sled. Though I'm never sleep, not even when I'm dead. I will never die, eternal life, awake while in my dreams. I taught them how to shed. God is I, open portals, they'd rather watch strange instead. Stranger things in the double realm, like it's upside down. Feet replace their head. SCRIIIBE Sessions Volume 1. For the record. Open your eye in alignment with time and you'll see the truth like it's a physical thing. From the darkness I arise, so it's not a surprise when you learn of the light that I bring. As above, so below, I find a rhythm and flow as I grow with the pendulum swing. This is the matrix where everyone's faking they sleep here in life while we wake up in dreams. Shedding the skin like a serpent, this work makes it worth it. Attaining a purpose while searching internal, examine what all is in me. Most will not make it there, so can I take it? Reality shaking, you've seen what I've seen. Reap what you sow, we're the weavers of speech, achievers, and this is the read 'em and weed. You cannot read in vibrations that none of them speak. Walking mad, do netter, light is feather is heavy to learn that your will isn't free. That you're willing, I continue to lead with my evils. I'm sweeping my consciousness clean. Training in realms that are unseen. My aura is some set fire to all of the fiends. Stand on my eye, this is all seeing. I we supply 93, that means we are supreme. Healing through tones on my senses, connecting in this year. Wealthy is health, this is green. This is illusion, reality veiled in delusion. Thoughts become intrusive, it's foolish to not know by now that it ain't what it seems. This is way more than belief. I see clearly the lies. My six senses of sight are hypnotized. No wonder everyone sleeps. It's time to set off the alarm. The performance of form. Don't you know you're a star? God in human form, and you rise with the beast. More than man. Bread in my hand, that's the Lord in hand. Heard what I said, Lord, live in the man. Light is sought after, it's in the man. Come from the inundation lands. Light is sought after, it's in the man. Come from the inundation lands. We ain't the same man. Record keeper. Seeing the state of the planet, the damage, the famines expanding beyond your belief. I see they landed, they've handed the people a cannon and aiming it right at your feet. Blowing the hole where you're standing, creating the panic. The tactical planning is deep. Teaching you're only a man and that God is in heaven, the seventh outside of your reach. If you're the question, they'll call you a manic, frantic, erratic, depression, demonic. When you're teaching through the magical speech, they'll call you serpent, the one in the garden. Pardon my knowledge for having the knowledge and prowess to see. He really told the truth to Adam and Eve. You'll have to think between good and evil if you eat of the fruit of the tree. Now you're a god, open your eye, cleansing yourself so that now you can see. They stole the stories and twisted them like it's a spliff. They put the fire to leaves, I put the fire to speech. I put the fire to heat. We don't do liars and thieves, they just desire to greed. This is my record to keep, this is my throne. You cannot sit in my seat, and I command it. I give more than 10 commandments. This is the law of attraction, and we have infinite stamina. My stage is where I'm standing. This is my eye, God is in me. I only keep goddesses with me. They are the magical beings, they are the holy ones, birthing the gods. We're overcoming the odds. We are the even and odd. They're in the odds, we're in the all. Ancestors answer my prayers, forever grateful. I will forever say thank you. Inspiration to awake the sleepers. Record keeper, more than man. Bread in my hand, that's the Lord in hand. Heard what I said, Lord, live in the man. Light is sought after, it's in the man. Come from the inundation lands. Light is sought after, it's in the man. Come from the inundation lands. We ain't the same man. Record keeper, more than man. Bread in my hand, that's the Lord in hand. Heard what I said, Lord, live in the man. Light is sought after, it's in the man. Come from the inundation lands. Light is sought after, it's in the man. Come from the inundation lands. We ain't the same man. Record keeper.
You and your family health and prosperity. May your monument be established on the foundations of Ma'at, and may you rise and come forth this conscious light, like the divine Ra, who rise and shine forevermore, Ma'at. Ptah.
I look outside in awe, I see our people double-minded. People meaning creature, don't ignore the signage. Voices lead, though flying silent. Observation with my eye open eyelid. Look outside in awe, I see our people double-minded. People meaning creature, don't ignore the signage. Voices lead, though flying silent. Observation with my eye open eyelid. I am him, king, crown, rings, Nesu, I am in. Mindset of when fighting jinns. Sword, swing, samurai, I am Shem. Su-hor, son of Heru, I am him. King, crown, rings, Nesu, I am in. Mindset of when fighting jinns. Sword, swing, samurai, I am Shem. Su-hor, son of Heru. Words powerful, Hekau. See proof, you can feel the roots. Gone, just look up, I am proof. Breaking doors down, make some room. But I is now speaking. Hotep, peace and love. All right, here we are. Peace and love, everyone. Welcome to the House of Aten. Before we get started and introduce the great brothers, we will begin with the wonderful affirmation. All right, on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Anki in ma'at, un in es, nintet aset in ma'at, min hepapet in ma'at, her in hu kiwi, per e kut. I live for ma'at, I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of ma'at. Every day I advance towards ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. All right, Hotep Henu, everyone. Welcome to the House of Aten. Special live here where we're bringing to you the Karu, a Karu member of the House of Aten. And we're going to go through some powerful stuff. So I am Ani Ptah Aten Tehuti. I am the scribe of the House of Aten, and I am a great student of Saba Tehuti Amen Hotep Ra. I am a great student of the scribes of Ma'at. Tua, everyone, peace and love. Thank you for being here. It's a wonderful thing. We have the great brother Minku Ara Mary Ma'at, who is right beside me. And you see his title is Heb Ma'at. Heb is the Medunetta word for festivities or festivals. And Ma'at is a word that means organization. So he is the festivities organizer of the House of Aten. And he is responsible for bringing forth our annual gathering that we have called the Pathways to Awakening. That is this great brother here. And he will speak on that more. Definitely excited for that. So peace and love to the great brother Minku Ara Mary Ma'at Heb Ma'at. And we have the great brother Tefrim Kim Ma'at, who is not with us right this moment, but he will be joining us a little later, who is the Techetu. Techetu is a word that means to speak. So he is our host of the events that we have, and he's the host of our show that we have on Sundays, Sunday Study Guide, live classes here on the House of Aten. And to the great brother Tefrim Kema'at, and we have the great brother Primordial Thought 9, who may also be joining us later on. So Henu to all these great brothers, and now I will introduce the Karu member, the one who is presenting this class today, the great moderator here on the House of Aten, and he is absolutely wonderful. Great brother Anu. So let's welcome the great brother Anu to the front. Yes, to our great brother for being here and for giving this class and leading by example for the Karu and coming up and presenting, great brother. So Tua Henu to you. How you doing, great brother?
I'm doing Nefer. Very much so looking forward to presenting this to the people. I'm thankful to you all, to Sabatudi, to all the supporters, all the viewers, for giving me this opportunity and diverting your attention to this presentation.
All right, wonderful. Hotep Henu, great brother Minku Ara Mary Ma'at. Let the great people hear from you.
Peace, peace. Hotep Henu, to the great brothers that will be joining us and the great brothers that are on the panel. Peace and love to the chat. Supreme adoration for our master teacher, Saba Tehuti. I'm looking forward to this share, this exploration, this presentation. Always a wonderful, wonderful ceremony to be with the House of Aten whenever we get together. So I'm looking forward to listening and learning what the great brother Anu will share with us this evening. Hotep.
All right, yes. Tua Hotep Henu, to the great brother ISFET, who was the first one here, who says, Hotep Marie, peace and love, family. Yes, peace and love to you, great brother, Tuan Henu. And you see his name is green on YouTube because he's also subscribed to the YouTube, which everyone has the ability to do. Next to the subscribe button, you'll see a button that says join. And you can hit that join button and you can support us, and you'll have access to debates, and you'll have access to videos that aren't live publicly. So Tuan Henu to the great brother ISFET. Of course, we have Antu, who is here with us, who is the social media manager of the House of Aten. She is responsible for what you see going through the social media platforms. So make sure everyone follow us on all the platforms. The links are in the description, in our link tree, TikTok, X, Instagram, Facebook. But definitely follow us there. Follow us on TikTok because we'll also be going live on TikTok as well. So follow us there. So Henu and Tuatu on two. We have Minty Hotep here with us. Peace and love, Minty. Glad to see you here. It says Hotep Neb Marie Kes per Aten. Yes, Hotep Henu. All right. And so before we get started, I will put the banner on the bottom for the support. If you want to support that which you are here taking in, this is how you do so. And the great brother Anu posted the links, and I am pinning them to the top of the chat now. So if you look at the top of the live chat, you'll see a pinned link that says Anu, and it'll have our links. So this is how you support, through Cash App and PayPal. So Tuan Henu to everyone who's here with us live and everyone who will be watching on the playback. We are a movement built on reciprocity, and we are reprogramming the subconscious of value, and we're valuing each other. We're valuing each other's time and energy and efforts that we're bringing forth. Because the Matrix teaches you to remove that and value that which value a Dorito bag. Or a bag of Skittles that has no benefit to you at all. It's actually detrimental. So here we're reprogramming that and placing value on that which gives you sustenance. So utilize those links to support the classroom. And here is the banner. For those who may be watching on TV, you can just pull up your phone, pull out your camera app, place it over this either one of these QR codes. It'll take you directly to the links, so you don't have to type anything. You can just push one button, and it'll take you directly to the support link. So if you do not have Cash App or PayPal, you can go to houseofaten.org to the donate section, and you can donate that way if you do not utilize these two platforms, because there's many people who do not. So you can still support through the House of Aten because we are an organization. So we do have means for you to support and donate. So Tua and Henu, to everyone who does that. And I do want to show some support that came in from Sunday's class before the great brother presents. And we will show the support that comes in for this class at the end, because we always show that and give our adoration to the Meru. Meru is a word that means love, and it's also a word that means supporter. And so when you support the House of Aten, you become a Mer, which is also a word for pyramid. So it's a beautiful thing that's embedded in the language and a frequency that you carry that you can be proud of. So Tua and Henu, houseofaten.org. Go and get your merch, go get your t-shirts and all that we have there. We have notebooks, we have some wonderful, I call them Hotep pads. We have all type of things. We have sports bottles. We have many things. So go support the House of Aten, houseofaten.org, and you support us that way as well. Definitely go get your t-shirts for the summer. All right. And peace and love, good brother VRI. Peace and love, everyone. Hotep VRI. Haven't seen you in a while, great brother. Good to see you here and with us. Peace to you. All right. And I will show these supports that one of the great Maru, who always supports every class, and he supported twice in last week's class at the end. So I definitely want to show this. And it is the great brother, Robert E. Williams Jr., who sent in 2072 for I have eaten the scribe and a tef as unas, satisfied. Tuahinu, great brother, for that. And he sent in another 2072 for pyramid text 2, unas, understanding. Tuah.
And yes, the Hekau really works.
Yo, let's go.
All right. Hindu great brother Robert Williams Jr. We appreciate you, great brother. And yeah, you definitely are a jewel amongst us. So Tuan Hindu to you for supporting the way that you do. We definitely appreciate you, and for the Hekau that you put within your support here to show that you truly understand what was being taught. So Hinu and Tua to you, great brother, for that. And so this is what it looks like whenever you support the class. We present it, and unless you want to be anonymous, sometimes people want to be anonymous in their support. You can do that too. Just put that in your message and say, "Hey, anonymous," and I will not show, that it comes from you. But Tuan Hinu, to all the great supporters, the Maru, the Kuru, who are the members of the House of Aten. If you would like to be a part of the Kuru membership and have the opportunity to do what you see the great brother Anu doing here this evening, houseofaten.org. Go to houseofaten.org and you can message me there. And if you have any questions about that, but that is where you join in if you would like to. So I'll pass it to the great brother Minku Ara Mary Ma'at. Let him speak, get some announcements, and then we'll let the great Kuru Anu begin his presentation. Hotep.
Peace and love, everyone. I am getting more and more excited by the day for the Pathways to Awakening, which will be October 20th, around that time. We are approaching a time where we can confirm and reserve the location for our huge, beautiful ceremony to honor our master teacher Saba Tehuti and to honor our spiritual system, our culture, as we are building the new Tamari. And we can greet and meet each other. I am looking forward to seeing you all in person. Tired of these screens, but I love the screen because we connect internationally. But we can do one better when we all get together and our energy and our frequency and vibration are all under one roof. This year is going to be extremely special. Very much looking forward to. We have so many special things planned for you this year. So I'm super excited. Plus it's summertime. I love warm weather. I got to move out of the state that I'm in because 5 months of the year is extremely cold, and I'm usually out of the country during the winter. But this last year, I had to stay here, but I survived, and it actually wasn't that bad. But I am always looking forward to all the ceremonies, all the rituals that we do when we come together, when we these teachings, when we're in the Tehuti's podcast, when we do our community gatherings and the Discord. All of our gatherings are always special. But yeah, we are in the beginning stages of moving forward for the Pathways to Awakening. We will continue to bring you announcements. Soon we'll be having video promos for it. Soon you will see flyers. Soon you will see information added to our great website that our master scribe, Ptah, has put together, our portal for abundance. So yes, just be on the lookout, and hopefully this month, later in this month, we'll have some really good news for everyone. So it's a very exciting time. I love Ra and the sun. The sun is out, all is well. Hinu Hotep.
All right, Hotep Hinu, great brother. Tua for that announcement and those announcements. Great brother. Yeah, I'm excited too. Ra is definitely out. It's a beautiful thing. I love the switch of the energy between the seasons. It's a beautiful thing. So, all right, great brother Anu, we will pass it to you, and the floor is yours.
Hotep, to all very much. I'm looking forward to the pathways as well. I love Ra, just like the both of you. I understand the winter, Menku, for sure. We live in the same state, so I very much so understand. I'm looking forward to this presentation. I think that this is a very important presentation to bring forth to the people. I decided to bring this presentation forth first before my Marduk Part 1 class because of the importance of this presentation and how it applies to our lives every day. To all for the opportunity to present this, a joy. To all to Saba Tehuti for being the inspiration. To all to the ancestors for being the foundation. And I'm ready when everyone else is.
You're ready.
All right, let me switch up this tone for you. I don't. Let's see. The title sounds like it might be prevalent for what you're gonna do. So I'll pull up your screen now and give it to you, great brother. Hotep.
Hotep, to all very much. Hotep, Ankuja Seneb, to all observers, welcome to the House of Aten's first teaching on DEWs, direct energy weapons, brought back into the minds of the people by Anu. While I am teaching this class, I would like to make it known that I am reporting various different things that have been reported by various different news agencies. I will be showing various different sources such as patents, and I will be showing videos from people that worked on some of these things that I will go over. Some parts of the class will contain frequencies that people might not want to subject themselves to, so viewer discretion is advised. I will give a heads up before I play any video that has something that someone might not want to listen to. It is up to you, and I'm just here to bring this forth because chances are we have listened to it whether we know it or not. I will get into my presentation now. Tua to everybody for your attention. What is a DEW? a direct energy weapon? This is from the Congressional Research Service, Department of Defense, Directed Energy Weapons, Background and Issues for Congress. Overview of directed energy weapons. The DoD, Department of Defense, defines directed energy weapons as those using concentrated electromagnetic energy rather than kinetic energy to incapacitate, damage, disable, or destroy enemy equipment, facilities, and or personnel. Direct energy weapons include high energy lasers, which are called HEL, and high powered microwave weapons, HPM. HEL weapons might be used by ground forces in various missions, including short range air defense, SHORAD, counter unmanned aircraft systems, CUAS, and counter rocket artillery, and mortar CRAM missions. The weapons might be used to dazzle, i.e., temporarily disable or damage satellites and sensors. This could in turn interfere with intelligence gathering, operations, military communications, and positioning, navigation, and timing systems used for weapons targeting. In addition, HEL weapons could theoretically provide options for boost phase missile intercept. Given their speed of light travel time. However, experts disagree on the affordability, technological feasibility, and utility of this application. In general, HEL weapons might offer lower logistical requirements, lower cost per shot, and assuming access to a sufficient power supply. Deeper magazines compared with traditional munitions. Although a number of different types of HELs exist, many of the United States' current programs are solid-state lasers, which are fueled by electrical power. As a result, the cost per shot would be equivalent to the cost of the electrical power required to fire the shot. So this is an overview of directed energy weapons from the Department of Defense themselves. To gist this, a directed energy weapon is a weapon that uses concentrated electromagnetic energy to incapacitate, damage, disable, or destroy enemy equipment, facilities, or personnel. So it is using the concentrated electromagnetic energy directed in a certain way to do damage to a certain thing. And this states various different ways it can be used in military lingo. Here we can see that direct energy weapons are non-kinetic weapons, and instead are weapons that use electromagnetic energy to affect the target. To be clear, direct energy weapons are not kinetic weapons, such as these. These here are kinetic weapons. They use kinetic energy to disable their target. These are not directed energy weapons. An AR-15, grenades, tank, jet shooting a missile, these are not directed energy weapons. These are kinetic weapons. So we will not be talking about these today. Instead, here is a list of some of the well-known direct energy weapons that are used today. The first one here that is very well known is the active denial system. Pain without injury. Active denial system. Deter attackers by sending a non-lethal millimeter wave of electromagnetic energy causing a burning sensation. The wave penetrates the skin to 1/64th of an inch, causing a feeling similar to being on fire. The antenna focuses the invisible energy. The transmitter produces 95 gigahertz frequency waves. 2-second burst can heat the skin to 130 degrees. The normal temperature for the human skin is 98.6 degrees Fahrenheit. At 122 Fahrenheit, people will reflexively pull away, meaning this machine here can direct a laser that can't be seen by the naked eye that can heat up the skin of the target to cause them to naturally pull away from whatever their destination is. Personally, I have been subjected to one of these machines. Various different active denial systems were very active during the 2020 riots. They were everywhere, especially here where I am at. And depending on where you are, you might have had these around you as well. And is a very tactical way to make people move from a certain location or not continue to walk to a certain location by heating up the skin to make a burning sensation. Here is a new system, anti-air defense laser. It's a directed energy weapon here. This laser is naked to the normal eye. You cannot see this laser with your eye. It shoots this beam at incoming drones or at incoming rockets and disables them, so that way they're not able to find their target. This is something that has been put onto ships recently. Here you can see the American flag. This is an anti-drone gun. Right now in conflicts around the world, drones are very popular for various different reasons. So they came out the countermeasure, which is a drone gun which shoots a wave, an electromagnetic wave, to the drone to disable the drone and allow it to fall out of the sky. This here is Great Britain's new Dragon laser, as it is called. This laser you can actually see with your eyes, and it shoots down various different things like missiles, drones, or anything incoming to boats. The British government recently put these on their Navy vessels. So these are some of the most well-known direct energy weapons that people know about today, and that if you look up direct energy weapon, these are various weapons that will come up today. However, now it is time to get into a more serious subject that may be scary to some people. Direct energy weapons that are not well known. I bring this to you so you can be aware of what is out there and the potentials that can happen to people in society. So the first direct energy weapon I will go over that is not well known to people is called the V2K or V2S. It is called the voice to God or voice to skull technology. So here we can see US patent 5159703, issued October 27th, 1992. This is a overview of how this directed energy weapon works, how it pipes voices into people's heads or makes certain people think that God is talking to them. First, a steady tone near the high end of the hearing range, say 15,000 hertz, goes into a frequency modulator. Second, a hypnotist voice varying from say 300 hertz to 4,000 hertz goes into a mic, which also goes into a frequency modulator. The voice of the hypnotist controls the frequency. Output is now more or less a steady tone, sounding like tinnitus. Tinnitus is the ringing inside of the ear. It becomes a problem for certain people. It causes them not to be able to work or go about their normal life because the ringing is so uncontrollable and so intense. And what happens is they go to the doctor and they get diagnosed with tinnitus. So this steady tone sounds like tinnitus, but with hypnotism or hypnosis embedded within the ringing. The voice of the hypnotist goes to the brain. The brain can hear the voice and understand, but the ears only hear a tone or a buzzing or ringing noise. So this specific direct energy weapon called the voice to skull technology is directed at its target and it causes a ringing sensation in the ears of the target. And within the head of the target, it causes voices. It can be music. It can be various different things. And they can theoretically speak to people in their own mind using this weapon and either make it think it's them or make it think it's somebody else. The outputs can be via open air broadcast or piggybacked on TV and radio signals. So they can direct this frequency at the target either through things like cell phone towers and satellites, or it can be piggybacked from one TV to another TV or one radio to another radio and come through the TV, the radio, the computer, various different things that broadcast a frequency. So the voice to skull technology is a technology that allows the operator to put voices and various other things inside of someone's head. Here is the patent for the voice to skull technology. So this is not just me saying this. This is an actual patent. This is something that governments take very serious. This is U.S. Patent 5159703A. Inventor Oliver M. Lowry. It's called Silent Subliminal Presentation System. A silent communication system in which non-neural carriers in a very low or very high audio frequency range or in the adjacent ultrasonic frequency spectrum are amplitude or frequency modulated with the desired intelligence and propagated acoustically or vibrationally for inducement into the brain. Typically through the use of loudspeakers, earphones, or piezoelectric transducers. The modulated carriers may be transmitted directly in real time or may be conveniently recorded and stored on mechanical, magnetic, or optical media for delayed or repeated transmission to the listener. So this is one of the patents for this technology, and even in this patent it says that they can pre-record things to put into their target. It necessarily does not have to be at the exact when the target is hearing whatever they're hearing. It does not necessarily mean that the operator is operating at that exact time. They can pre-record stuff to have it happen at a certain time to their target, and they can also put it on repeat and make it happen multiple times. Here's United States patent number 4877027. Date of patent, October 31st, 1989. It is called Hearing System. Inventor, Wayne B. Brucan. Here, sound is induced in the head of a person by radiating the head with microwaves in the range of 100 megahertz to 10,000 megahertz that are modulated with a peculiar waveform. The waveform consists of frequency modulated bursts. Each burst is made up of 10 to 20 uniformly spaced pulses grouped tightly together. The burst width is between 500 nanoseconds and 100 nanoseconds. The pulse width is in the range of 10 nanoseconds to 1 microsecond. The bursts are frequency modulated by the audio input to create the sensation of hearing in the person whose head is irritated. So here, if you would like to look into this for yourself, here are patents for a literal device that can put various different thoughts and ideas into people's heads. I do not know if this is the first time you have heard of this or not. If it's the first time, definitely should send support to the House of Aten, because this is very secretive information that is well hidden. The ability to put voices within people's head. Yes, you have saw here for the first time at the HOA that the government has the ability to send voices, thoughts, and ideas into your head through microwaves that come from various devices such as the TV, headphones, antennas, and anything else. And I would like to explain one more time that this isn't you watch TV and what they say on the TV influences you and you now think like the person on TV. That's something completely different. This is someone literally saying hello into some sort of microphone, and you actually hearing, or the victim, whoever it may be, actually hearing this inside of their own head. You might say, yes, I see the patents and proof, but how is this possible? We saw the patents, but how is this possible? Well, let's take a look at the Frey effect, also known as the microwave auditory effect, microwave hearing effect. This is from the National Library of Medicine. We're going to go over what is called the Frey effect. Brief but intense pulses of radio frequency energy can elicit auditory sensations when absorbed in the head of an individual. An effect known as the microwave auditory or Frey effect, after the first investigator to examine the phenomena. The effect is known to arise from thermoacoustically induced acoustic waves in the head. Lin has proposed that the Frey effect may be linked to unexplainable health problems reported by U.S. officers in Cuba and elsewhere, the so-called Havana syndrome, if you have heard of that. The failure to detect microwave exposure to the affected individuals lends no support to this hypothesis, and we do not speculate about the cause of the symptoms. The question remains whether the auditory effect can be weaponized, i.e. used to harass or harm an individual for reasons of effect, size, and particularly this appears unlikely. But the lack of publicly available information about existing high-powered radio frequency technology and uncertainties about thresholds for adverse effects does not allow full resolution of the matter. So here at the Library of Medicine, they are stating they do not know if this can be weaponized. Well, we have just gone over patents from the United States military, speaking about how they know of this technology and they have made things around this technology because they have it in a patent. Well, now let's see if it actually can be weaponized. You might ask, how do they target their specific individual? If you think about a wave, how do you get a wave to specifically target someone? How do you make sure it doesn't just hit a group of people? Users of this weapon read the brain pattern by turning Earth's electromagnetic grid into an MRI, capable of reading individual brain waves. If you've ever been to the hospital for something like a fracture, a hairline fracture, maybe you torn a muscle, then chances are you had to get an MRI in order to figure that out. The MRI is capable of reading various different layers of tissue. It can see hairline fractures. It can do way more with the radiation that it has to see through the body than a regular X-ray. So the Earth's electromagnetic grid has been turned into an MRI capable of reading individual brain waves. Everybody has a brain wave, and their brain wave is unique to them, like a fingerprint. Everyone's fingerprint is unique to them. And the same goes for certain ways the brain is processing information, the way it is moving, and the frequency that it's giving off. After they have read the individual brain waves, they then tune the direct energy weapon into the brain pattern signal of the target to initiate frequencies to produce the desired effects. I'm not just saying this though, so now we will go to a video where former DARPA scientist Robert Duncan will explain how the United States has used HARP to turn the Earth's magnetic grid into a functioning nuclear magnetic resonance machine that allows the government to scan brains, read inner thoughts, replay dreams of the person, and much more. So I would like to make it known that Robert Duncan is a former DARPA scientist. DARPA is a agency that does various different things. That's a different class. They are responsible for making technologies that are years ahead of what we have now. It's a very secretive organization. Robert Duncan here is one of the scientists who actually worked on creating the voice to skull technology. So he will explain how HARP is used to turn the Earth's electromagnetic grid into an MRI, into a functioning nuclear magnetic resonance machine to read brain scans, etc.
And what's it called?
HARP,
HARP. And you can steer hurricanes.
Well, they don't actually, they just say weather modification. What does that mean? But it operates also as an over-horizon radar system to detect missile launches in Russia, for example. But it has a lot. It's also often by Dr. Nick Baggage focused on mind control over populations. What it really does, a lot of, at least the air, and it's run by the Air Force, Army, and Navy. It heats the ionosphere, which causes the current radar signals, ultra high frequency waves, to be able to cover the Earth. Now, there's a electric gradient between ground, the Earth, and the ionosphere, ions. And then we are bathed in a magnetic field. Those two perpendicular fields, a lot of high energy physics, such as nuclear magnetic resonance imaging, occurs. We have turned the Earth into one giant MRI machine. So we can image underground bases. We can do a lot of things that people don't believe. They'll say the Boltzmann, I won't use scientific words, they just say the thermal effect. You can't do MRIs under Earth's natural magnetic field. We've been doing it easily since the 60s in universities. So a recent article came out, wow, we can recover dreams and play them back, and we can read the inner vocabulary of somebody, what they're thinking, talking to themselves with their inner voice, using a functional nuclear magnetic resonance imaging machine, like in a hospital. But that's a higher resolution, but they just use new algorithms to do it. And it was very accurate for a bunch of people, which is interesting. They say it's new. Well, I mean, it's obviously not new,
but so there is Robert Duncan explaining how HARP turns the Earth's electromagnetic grid into a functioning magnetic resonance machine. Now we know how they do it. We know how they read the brainwaves, how they target certain individuals, what they're able to do with this machine. Now, this is the big question, though. Have they used it? Well, let's see. Some might say, oh, the V2K, the V2S technology is only theoretical. It hasn't been used before, proven to be operational. Well, here at the HOA, I will show you the truth on the V2K, V2S operational success. Allow me to take you to the Gulf War, a war waged between the United States and their allies versus Saddam Hussein's Iraq. Iraq had the best army in the Middle East before the 1980s with an estimated 1 million troops. Yet, during the 1991 Gulf War, U.S. forces were overwhelmed by 69,000 surrendering Iraqi soldiers. Why? There are many reasons why a soldier will surrender. I will show you one of the cases on why these soldiers in this story surrendered. At a government workshop some time ago, I heard someone describe a new tool that was described as the voice of Allah. This was said to be a device that would operate at a distance and would deliver a message that only a single person could hear. The story was that it was tested in a conflict situation in Iraq and pointed at one insurgent in a group, who whipped around looking in all directions and began a heated conversation with his compatriots, who did not hear the message. At the time, I was greeted with this story with some skepticism. Here from Robert Duncan at DARPA. Never knew this type of technology was utilized in the Gulf War. Here's Robert Duncan's quote. Suddenly, the Iraqi soldiers heard a voice in their heads from Allah ordering them to put down their weapons, which they did. Think about how powerful that would be in conflict to be able to go inside the head of the enemy. Let's say the United States wants to go inside whatever country they're fighting, go inside of their head. It would be very powerful if you could tell that person that their number one deity, Allah, is telling them directly to put down their weapons. It saves stuff for everybody. Nobody has to shoot at each other, etc., etc. If you go over some stories about Iraqi soldiers in the Gulf War and the American troops in the Gulf War, the coalition troops, if you listen to some stories, there are many stories where Iraqis just surrender. Now, yes, they did surrender because they didn't have food in some places and for various other reasons. However, if you listen to some of those stories, you will come across things like this, where they heard, quote unquote, Allah in their head telling them to put down their weapons. Who else has been a target of this weapon? I will let you, as the viewer, decide if these are targets of this voice to skull weapon. There is a word here that rhymes with hooting. I'm not going to say what the actual word is. This is from Parkland Hooting. The 19-year-old who is accused of killing 17 people and injuring dozens more when he opened fire on a South Florida high school Wednesday afternoon told investigators that he heard voices in his head, giving him instructions on what to do to conduct the attack. Law enforcement sources told ABC News. This is from the law enforcement telling ABC News. I'm just reading something, reading a news article. They said it, not me. Even says here the voices were described as demons by law enforcement sources. Here is something about the FBI pertaining to the Parkland hooting. The FBI has revealed it received at least 2 separate tips about Nicholas Cruz, the 19-year-old charged with killing 17 people at his former high school in Parkland, Florida. I put this one here because the news revealed it, even to show that, doesn't it seem a little odd that the FBI is supposed to defend the United States territory? Even they knew that he might do something. They received separate tips about it. Now, let's leave the FBI out of this. Let's leave the government out of this. Let's pretend there's somebody and they're controlling someone else. And they know this person's going to do something because they're the one influencing him to do it. And people come and tell that same person doing the influencing, hey, this person's going to do something. They're going to do something. Well, the person influencing has to act like they care, but they don't really do anything because it's actually them influencing him. But that's just a theory. I'll let you put that together. At the Heath High School hooting, at Tuesday's hearing, Carnell said he had received multiple mental health diagnoses and has long heard voices in his head, including on the day of the mass shooting. He says, Carnell, I was hearing things and I was extremely hyper suspicious, and I had felt for years feeling alienated and different, Carnell said. He said on December 1st, 1997, he heard a voice telling him to pick up the gun out of the backpack, hold it in front of me, and shoot. He says, there's no justification or excuse for what he did, Carnell said. I'm offering an explanation. I realize there's no excuse for what I did. When he was asked whether he still hears voices in his head, Carnell said yes. Most of the time, it's things that might hurt myself or something like that, he said. Leaving the government and FBI out of this, I will give another example. Let's say there's a person who influenced another person to do a horrific act. At any point, that person could snitch on him. He could say, he influenced me to do it, if he figures it out. So wouldn't the influencer want the victim to disappear? Maybe hurt themselves? No more proof, right? A self-destructive device, right? Kind of like a sleeper agent. I'll let you decide, though, if this is the weapon or not. So this one is the recent Maine hooting. The gunman who killed 18 people in Maine reported mental health issues, including that he may have been hearing voices and believed people were talking about him, officials said Saturday. This is awfully a lot of people who have done crazy stuff that heard voices in their head. More than twice, so it's more than a coincidence. So I don't know if it's the weapon or not. Who knows? But Myron May might know. He might know. Here's Myron May, FSU hooting. Hours before he opened fire at Florida State University Library, lawyer Myron May left a desperate voicemail for an acquaintance with his plea. He says, I do not want to die in vain. The message was a part of a flurry of emails, text, and phone calls in which the former prosecutor laid bare his torment. Myron May, he believed government stalkers were harassing him and using a direct energy weapon to hurt him. I didn't say it, he said it. And he was the one hearing the voices, Myron May. I'll say it again. He believed government stalkers were harassing him and using a direct energy weapon to hurt him. He said that he had sent packages to 10 people that would expose what he thought was happening to him. I will let you decide what happened here and what happened to these people. I will let you decide. I am just showing sources from news and the Department of Defense and patents. I'll let you decide what happened to those poor people. So here is another, besides the Iraqi one, because I'll let you decide about the hooting. Here is another Iraqi, not Iraqi. Here is another victim besides the Iraqis. This is Kim Whiting. She says, I need help. This is killing me. I can't stay at my own house by myself. It's horrible. Every time I'm left alone, it gets worse and more powerful, especially when I tell someone about it. Even accompanied by friends or family, I get tortured. I can't take much more of this or I'm going to snap, just like everybody else. Only someone unaffected by the abuse could possibly think this is a mental illness. Mental illness doesn't cause burns or rashes on your skin. Went to the hospital and they had no idea what I had. They were leaning towards bacteria or infection, and even on medication, I could feel the burning at weird times. This is no James Bond movie. People are dying physically and mentally. The corruption runs deep and is everywhere. I wish this didn't exist, but because it does, I had to bring it forth to the people. Here from the organization of mindcontrolvictims.com. If you are interested in this and you want more proof, there is a website dedicated to victims of mind control, including weapons like voice to skull. So here is a list. I just screenshotted a tiny part of the list of individuals who have been attacked by various mind control weapons. Now, I would like to say, if there is anyone watching who feels as if they are being subjected to one of these devices, I suggest that you speak to send in a donation to our wonderful Saba. If it is if it's bad, if it's something that needs to be dealt with, I have faith that he would be the person that would be able to help. This is not something that is impossible to beat. This is something that most definitely has a counter to it. And I would think if anyone knows the counter to it, it would be our wonderful Saba Tehuti. He is a jewel. He is great. And he knows way more than I do and anyone else I can contact. He is the person to go to if you really believe that you are having problems with these weapons, because your life could be on the line. You would have to speak to him about it. That is the best I can do to those who possibly are being affected by this weapon. If you are, I pray to the Natiru that they stop it and intercept their frequencies so that way you can be at peace. Now I will play a clip from Robert Duncan again, a former DARPA scientist who worked on this direct energy weapon, the voice to skull weapon. He will be saying other potential things that this voice to skull weapon can be used for. So I will play 2 videos from him, and I will allow you all to direct your attention to those videos.
Interject here. So a lot of the, not a lot, a few of the targets were true Manchurian candidates. I tried to speak with Senator Clinton at the time. She wouldn't talk to us, and one of the reasons I wanted to bring this up to her is because someone was hearing her voice, ventriloquism, and they believed she was the one torturing them. And that's how you program, they're called programmed assassins. I thought she might be interested in that. And so if you're programming someone to go after, let's say, a political target, all you have to do is use voice morphing and pipe in the tortures, the pains, and 24 hours, make it a artificial intelligent chatterbot too. And you'll drive the person crazy, and they'll want to kill and stop the pain of the target, which they'll go after that person, be it their neighbor, be it a lot of these school shootings. I think that you hear about on the news, they hear voices, and the news, the mass news media will just write them out. Oh, they're crazy. if you go throughout history, all technologies are neutral. Fire can cook food, kill bacteria, keep you warm, but it can burn down villages. So the war machine will almost always use it first for their advantage and keep it as secret as possible. It's a great interrogation tool. Imagine having bloodless wars where you just fatigue your enemy and they drop to their knees. We use the voice to skull and LDAR long-range acoustic device in the Gulf War to say this is all lay down your arms, and they believed it.
So what is that? Can you explain exactly what that is? The LRAD?
LRAD is a sonic long-range acoustic weapon. The V2K is a microwave weapon. You can't plug your eardrums. You can't stop the sound.
It conducts straight to your brain.
Yeah, and it makes it sound like it's coming, the sound or voice or music or whatever you want to play is coming right from the center of your head. So it works pretty well in war, and you can imagine other effects. You're getting brutalized, beaten up, all virtual. And the brain damage, unfortunately, they're going to have to work on that. But otherwise, you can literally traumatize an entire population. Okay.
I would like to point out how one of the things he said as well was that they can change the voice, who is talking inside of the person's head. They're able to do many things with this technology. That is my brief overview of the voice to skull direct energy weapon. I wanted to make that one known to the observers. I will now move on to another directed energy weapon. So here, from our wonderful Saba Tehuti Amenhotep Ra, I have found this gem on his Twitter. Of course, Saba Tehuti knows all about this and way more than I'm presenting here today. He says, yes, patent 6506148 psychoelectronic weaponry has been advanced to incorporate orgone energy manipulation to control sexual thoughts, thus can control genocidal thought, high technologically sex magic done right through our sources of entertainment. It gets deep. This is from Tehuti Amenhotep Ra, teacher of Ma'at, troll exposer. Our wonderful Saba Tua for this. He knew way before I did. Look at how advanced he was. This is just when he posted it too, or how advanced he is. This is just when he posted it too. I would not be surprised if he knew way before this. This was posted December 4th, 2019. It's 2024. Saba's in a whole different level, a realm of his own. So here I blew up the pictures that he posted. So here, with this direct energy weapon, specific directed energy, it induced changes to hearing, both apparent, direction, and volume, and sometimes even content. Sudden violent itching inside the eyelids. These are symptoms when someone is being directed by a certain directed energy weapon. Sudden violent itching of the eyelids. Forced manipulation of airways, including externally controlled forced speech. Wildly racing heart without cause. Remotely induced violent, no rash itching, with preference for hard to reach areas, often during delicate or messy work. Forced nudging of arm during delicate or messy work, causing injury or spills. Special attention to genitalia area, itching, forced orgasm, and intense pain. This is the patent that he posted, our wonderful Saba Tehuti. Patent 6506148. Date of patent January 14, 2003. Nervous system manipulation by electromagnetic fields from monitors. Inventor Hendrix G. Los. So here, this is blurry. I will try my best to read this. Psychological effects have been observed in a human subject in response to stimulation of the skin with weak electromagnetic fields that are pulsed with certain frequencies near 1.5 11 hertz or 2.4 hertz, such as to excite a sensory resonance. Many computer monitors and TV tubes, when displaying pulsed images, emit pulsed electromagnetic fields of sufficient amplitudes to cause such excitation. It is therefore possible to manipulate the nervous system of a subject by pulsing images displayed on a nearby computer monitor or TV set. For the latter, the image pulsing may be embedded in the program material or may be overlaid by modulating a video stream either as a radio frequency signal or as a video signal. The image displayed on a computer monitor may be pulsed effectively by a simple computer program. For certain monitors, pulsed electromagnetic flicks capable of exciting sensory resonance in nearby subjects may be generated even as the displayed images are pulsed with subliminal intensity. And here is an example of that, pulsing various different frequencies at someone watching TV or looking at some sort of monitor, such as a computer screen or a phone. This can be done in many ways. It can look like various different things. Majority of the time, it is not noticed. It can be a simple frequency pulsing. It can also be subliminal images that pop up quickly for nanoseconds between the screen shifting in and out. Here we can see mass and individual remote mind control via mobile phone network and mobile phones. Individual remote mind control via mobile psychotronic weapon carriers disguised as communication vehicles. And I have seen this one personally myself. Some might wonder why. I don't know if you have ever seen this. Personally, I have seen this. I've heard of it as well. Why there are black helicopters flying around at night? Well, there are many reasons. And one of the reasons is individual and group remote mind control via black helicopter carrying psychotronic weapons. Individual remote mind control via transportable psychotronic weapons. An example of ELF brain stimulation. Brain area, bioelectric resonance frequency, information induced through modulation. So the motor control cortex, they use 10 hertz. Motor impulse coordination. For the auditory cortex, they use 15 hertz. Sound, which bypasses the ears. For the visual cortex, 25 hertz. Images in the brain bypassing the eyes, forcing images in people's minds. For the somatosensory, 9 hertz. Phantom touch sense. Feel like you're being touched, but no one's touching you. Thought center, 20 hertz. Imposed subconscious thoughts. Remote mind control and remote brain mapping. Boom. Even our great, wonderful, fantastic Sabatuti has pointed out on his Twitter that the government has patented 6506148 psychoelectronic weaponry has been advanced to incorporate orgone energy manipulation to control sexual thought, thus can control genocidal thoughts, high technologically sex magic done right through our sources of entertainment. All of these weapons and FFs are a part of a bigger plan that cannot be spoke about here. If you do research hard enough, you will find it. I will give just this one hint. Think about all the people in the world that believe in God and Jesus Christ, and Allah. And imagine if a good amount of them heard God say to do something. I'll leave it at that. But this technology can be very dangerous if applied to the masses. Next, I will go to a different direct energy weapon. Another directed energy weapon I will briefly go over is weather control / modifications. Welcome to HARP, High Frequency Active Auroral Research Program, a University of Alaska Fairbanks program which researches the ionosphere. So here is HARP. This is what it looks like. It is in Alaska. This is from HARP's website. HARP. The High Frequency Active Auroral Research Program, or HARP, is a scientific endeavor aimed at studying the properties and behavior of the ionosphere. The ionosphere stretches roughly 50 to 400 miles above Earth's surface, right at the edge of space, along with neutral upper atmosphere. The ionosphere forms the boundary between Earth's lower atmosphere, where we live and breathe, and the vacuum of space. Operation of the research facility was transferred from the United States Air Force to the University of Alaska Fairbanks on August 11, 2015. Following HARP, allowing HARP to continue with exploration of ionospheric phenomenology via a land use cooperative research and development agreement. HARP is the world's most capable, high-powered, high-frequency transmitter for studying the ionosphere. The HARP program is committed to developing a world-class ionospheric research facility consisting of the Ionospheric Research Instrument, a high-powered transmitter facility operating in the high-frequency range. The IRI can be used to temporarily excite a limited area of the ionosphere for scientific study. A sophisticated suite of scientific or diagnostic instruments that can be used to observe the physical processes that occur in the excited region. I want you to keep in mind the part that says the IRI can be used to temporarily excite a limited area of the ionosphere for scientific study. So here, once again, I'm going to come with the sources. Here is a patent, the weather modification patent. You can look this up. It is US 4686605A. Inventor Bernard J. Eastland. Here, a method and apparatus for altering at least one selected region which normally exists above the Earth's surface. The region is excited by electron cyclotron resonance heating to thereby increase its charged particle density. In one embodiment, circularly polarized electromagnetic radiation is transmitted upward in a direction substantially parallel to and along a field line which extends through the region of plasma to be altered. The radiation is transmitted at a frequency which excites electron cyclotron resonance to heat and accelerate the charged particles. This increase in energy can cause ionization of neutral particles, which are then absorbed as part of the region, thereby increasing the charged particle density of the region. So here we can see that just by altering one region of the ionosphere, of this part that exists above Earth, they're able to create a wave effect. And a great example for this is what Sabatuti had in his class for the butterfly effect, where the man had his computer running a program to see what the weather would be like, and one small change caused the outcome of what the weather would be. This is the same thing here, order ABKO, where they heat up and excite electrons in just a small part of the ionosphere, causing a wave of events to happen. You can even see here that they temporarily at HARP excite a limited area of the ionosphere. Just like how it says here, how they excite, how the region is excited by electron, cyclotron resonance heating to thereby increase its change particle density. I'm briefly going over this. I wanted to bring this forth to people so they can look into it themselves. Possibly in the future, someone else will do a class on it. Sabatuti, I know, would go in. So if you want to definitely get the master class on HARP, you can send in the question to Tehuti for weather modification. Now, I will go into another direct energy weapon. Many people in this world probably do not think of this as a directed energy weapon. I will show you how it is used to direct energy as a weapon. Another direct energy weapon is music. The kind of music I will specifically cover that is a weapon to the population is mainstream music. Interesting. They call it mainstream, like a stream of a frequency. This is from Scientific America. The mystery runs deeper than previously thought, according to psychologist Annette Schemer, reporting new findings today at the Society for Neuroscience meeting in New Orleans. Rhythmic sound not only coordinates the behavior of people in a group, it also coordinates their thinking. The mental processes of individuals in the group become more synchronized. This finding extends the well-known power of music to tap into brain circuits controlling emotion and movement, to actually control the brain circuitry of sensory perception. This discovery helps explain how drums unite tribes in ceremony, why armies march to bugle and drum and to battle, why worship and ceremonies are infused by song, why speech is rhythmic, punctuated by rhythms of emphasis on particular syllables and words, and perhaps why we dance. So here we can see rhythm not only coordinates the behavior of people in a group, it also coordinates their thinking. The mental processes of individuals in the group become more synchronized. This can be used to heal. However, it also can be used as a weapon. For now, I will be going over how it is used as a weapon. My goal here is to give people the consciousness, the nectar acts that can chop up the weapons when they come to you, to protect yourself from these things that not many people know about or think about day to day, like when you're in the grocery store and they're playing a song. Science of History and Medicine, Volume 25, Issue 2. Music played an important role in animal magnetism. The techniques created from the 1770s by the German physician Franz Anton Mesmer that combined fixing patients with a literally mesmeric gaze and a theory of universal fluid that could be manipulated to bring about health. What would later be called hypnotism. seems to have been an significant part of Mesmer's treatments, but it was his French pupil de Puységur who coined the terms magnetic sleep or artificial somnambulism for the hypnotic state often achieved by animal magnetism. Mesmer regarded animal magnetism as a matter of sympathetic vibration, such as music, and argued that it could be communicated, propagated, and reinforced by sounds. Some contemporaries believe that the pianos, violins, and harps, and especially the glass harmonica that featured prominently in his treatments, were in fact responsible for many of Mesmer's triumphs. Here we can see that a mesmeric gaze being memorized, that gaze you get when you are memorized by something, paired with universal fluid, which is the theory of everything, that everything in the universe is connected in some rhythmic way. The mesmeric gaze paired with the universal fluid within music is later called hypnotism, and can bring about what is called a magnetic sleep. So let me give you an example. Maybe you all can relate. You might be there listening to a song, and it's a song that makes you feel like you're driving down by the beach, the sun's on your skin, and you're just there like gazing off in the distance, memorized, connected by another thing that is happening but at the same time is not happening because you're envisioning it. While you're envisioning that, you're technically awake, but at the same time you're asleep, you're daydreaming. You're in what is called a magnetic sleep. This can apply to any types of music. Maybe someone has listened to a sad song and they're staring off in the distance, seeing things that happen to them in their life. It is the song that is putting them inside of this gaze, and that is pairing them to another moment in their life, bringing about a magnetic sleep. If anyone has ever seen a hypnotist do hypnosis, if you haven't watched Darren Brown, fascinating. When he starts to hypnotize people, they go from being very alert to slowly staring off in the distance to just staring there like they're asleep. But then he can tell them what to do. He can pull them to something else, to do this or to do that, like a magnet, hence magnetic sleep. And here it shows that sounds, rhythms, different sounds that reinforce what is being said enhances this sleep. Therefore, music is a form of hypnotism. Putting someone in a hypnotic state due to the synchronization with the universe paired with a mesmeric gaze can be used for good. Ani's music is a great example of positive, beneficial hypnotism. You are hypnotizing yourself with his music to be like our ancestors. That is beautiful. However, here I will show you that the ISFETian, not R, I had a different word here, so I had to change it to ISFETian. The ISFETian uses music as weaponry against us. Now, if you don't think that the ISFETian uses music as a weapon, well, let me take you to the NATO Association, North Atlantic Treaty Organization, the biggest allied coalition of the West. This is from their website. This is what NATO says they use music for. Since the invasion of Panama, the U.S. military has increasingly relied on music as a weapon. I could stop reading right there. It says, since the invasion of Panama, the U.S. military has increasingly relied on music as a weapon. With loudspeakers mounted on Humvees, the U.S. Army used Metallica and AC/DC against the Iraqis in the Battle of Fallujah. Similarly, U.S. troops in Afghanistan deployed rock music as Mahad against the Taliban in 2010. The troops blasted songs like Offspring's Pretty Fly for a White Guy so loudly that it could be heard 2 kilometers away, and often pushed insurgents to lay down their arms. Imagine being in war, you're fighting for your country, and these people start playing Pretty Fly for a White Guy. And imagine it being so bad, so detrimental to your being that you give up. That is next level. You don't gotta fire a shot, no missiles, just play Pretty Fly for a White Guy, and they gave up. Music has recently been used in emerging tactics like cyber warfare. In mid-2012, Iran's Natanz and Fordow nuclear facilities were hit by a cyber attack that triggered their computers to play AC/DC. Other NATO states have followed suit. In 2013, the British Merchant Navy used Britney Spears to ward off pirates off the Horn of Africa. The security team used hits like Baby One More Time because the Somali pirates are known to despise Western music, making such pop classics ideal weapons. With the development of long-range acoustic devices, LRAD, commercial cruise lines have adopted similar tactics to ensure their safety in the region. Major non-NATO allies have also used music as a weapon. The Israeli Defense Forces have used heavy metal in combat, such as in 2002 operations against Fatah and Hamas militants that had occupied the Church of Nativity. So here from NATO themselves, they say they use music as a weapon. Here we can see that NATO uses music as a weapon. Let's see if they use it on their own population. You'd be surprised. You go tell some random coworker, hey, you know music's a weapon, and they use it on the population. To me, that does not sound crazy. I would think that at the house of Aten, people would not think that sounds crazy. But you go tell random people, and they're like, what are you talking about? Lil Yachty, he's not here to hurt me. He's here to help me turn up this FET. Anyways, the emphasis on willpower as a force for inhibiting acting on desires had particular relevance when it came to sexuality. Charcourt's colleagues Gilles de la Tourette echoed the consensus when he linked hypnosis to female sexuality, writing that women are especially susceptible to hypnotic manipulation, particularly during the period between the 13th and 30th year. Women are specifically susceptible to hypnotic manipulation, particularly during the period between the 13th and 30th year. The fact that the patients driven to catalepsy by sound were women places these experiments into the long discussion of hypnotism as male subversion of female will. That bellwether of fin de siècle cultural pathologies, Alder Wingear, drew on the work of Moll and Pierre Janet on hypnosis to argue that the essence of hypnosis was preserve female sexual pleasure in submission to the will of a male hypnotist. Such was the sexualized power dynamic involved in hypnotism that De La Tourette rather blindly admitted that rapes under hypnosis are comparatively frequent. The ending is horrible. This is what they choose to do with hypnotism. This source is the same source from this book here, Science of History and Medicine, Volume 25, Issue 2. And here, for now, what I would like to focus on, we already know that music is a weapon. I want to know if they use it on the population. So here, it says women are especially susceptible to hypnotic manipulation, particularly during the period between the 13th and 30th year. So females between 13 and 33 are especially susceptible to hypnotic manipulation through music. So I want to ask a question to the chat. Name the most famous female artist or artists in general to young females between 13 and 30. Type in who do you think are the most famous artists, musical artists to females between 13 and 30 that are influencing these susceptible young females. We'll wait because the chat is a little behind from where I'm speaking here. Antu said Cardi B. Minty Hotep said Rihanna. Menku said Taylor Swift. Menku said Beyonce. I appreciate everyone that is participating. If you're at work or something, I understand completely. Say it in your head. Make it more engaging still. Okay, I'll wait a little bit longer and then I will continue. Maheru said Megan Stallion. For sure. Weird name, but for sure. Antu said Doja Cat. Tua, everyone, for participating. I will move on now for the... Oh, wait, we got one more. Manku said Sexy Red. I don't even know who that is. Glorilla. Ice Spice, Mega the Stallion. Minty said Lady Gaga. Nook said Cardi B. Manku said Nicki Minaj. Manku's going in. He loves the culture. He's going in. Tua very much to everyone for participation. I will move on now. I picked female artists myself to go over that are influencing the young women between 13 and 30 when they're at their most susceptible for hypnosis. Wow. Women are especially susceptible to hypnotic manipulation, particularly during the period between the 13th and 30th year. Who are the most famous artists for young women? I asked the chat. This is who I picked out. Here you got Doja Cat, Cardi B, Megan Thee Stallion. These people are influencing, hypnotizing the young females. When you watch certain hypnosis, if there's a real good hypnotist, the victim doesn't even need to give permission. Many of these females never even gave permission. They're being hypnotized to act a certain way. So now let's go over a few of their songs to see what the females are being hypnotized with. Let's see what lyrics are going into their head, lyrics that are backed up by a frequency going into their hippocampus. Let's see. These women are some of the most famous rappers today to young ladies between 13 and 33. Let's look at some lyrics from their songs. Let's see what they're hypnotizing the female youth with. Now, I will not read these lyrics. because of what it says. And I advise not to go listen to any of these songs or watch any of these videos, even if it's for the sake of research. Just read the lyrics. So here's Demons by Doja Cat. You all can read along with me, like under the cursor. I'm going to read with my eyes. You can read with your eyes. We can just read. This is what the female youth is being hypnotized with. I'll say this one right here. She asked how her demons look. Says she bought a limousine. This one's horrible right here. She's saying to the listener, most likely a female youth, she says, you live like me in your dreams. No, don't, please. My gosh, these lyrics are horrible. She's a queen. Did nothing to earn it. Queen of ISFET. Look at this lyric right here. She's saying this lyric to the listeners, the young youth. The youth are singing this song. And here's Doja Cat telling the listener, we are enemies, we are foes. She didn't even hide it. She didn't even hide it. She's straight up telling people, we're enemies, we're foes. There you go. But still people listen to this. So these words are being hypnotized into the female youth. Take that in consideration when you see a young female acting the way she does. She might have unknowingly submitted to hypnotism, and it might be your job to break her out of it. Here's a song by Cardi B and Megan Thee Stallion, a 2-in-1. Ooh. I'm definitely not reading this one, but we can go over it together by looking at it. My gosh. My gosh. Yeah, I think we all see these lyrics. That type of stuff is being hypnotized into the youth. That's ridiculous. Now we know why the young ladies act and look like this. Because they've been listening to this stuff in between 13 and 30 when they're most susceptible to being hypnotized. Whether it's their choice or not. That's extremely sad. Look at these females. They're even over here asking if this song empowers them. The hypnotism is deep. Go watch Darren Brown. Imagine if Darren Brown did something to somebody and never got rid of the hypnotism. That's what's happening to these people. They're under hypnosis, and the hypnotists never plan on unhypnotizing them. This is why Sabatudi is so important, because he knows these tricks. And he can take people out of the hypnosis. That is very powerful. You will realize how more and more powerful it is the more research you do on what is happening around us. There are people around us hypnotizing us and do not want to take us out. So this is why females act like this, because they listen to the lyrics we just read. They get hypnotized by it. Yeah, this is what happens when you allow yourself to be hypnotized by evil Matrix music. This right here. If you instead allow yourself to be hypnotized by musical artists such as Ani Ptah, X-Clan, Queen Mother Rage, Professor X, you will end up looking and acting like this. Females out there, parents that have daughters, simply ask yourself and them, Would you want to be this? Or would you want to be this? I know I want my future daughters to be this. I want them to be echoes of the ancestors. Therefore, to make that happen, they will be hypnotizing themselves with artists such as these here, like Ani, X-Clan. Really, truly ask yourself, females, and if you have children that are females, ask them, show them, what would you rather be like? Our great ancestors or the transhuman being? Don't forget that in the past, many females in Europe specifically, unfortunately, were harassed with this word right here. I will not say it. While under musical hypnosis. Let's see if that still applies today. So here is an article from Sexual Harassment and Violence at Music Concerts. Sexual violence occurs each year at music festivals across the United States. Half of the U.S. population goes to live music events each year, with 33% going to concerts and 18% going to festivals. Given how many people attend live music events, it is likely that hundreds of thousands are sexually harassed and assaulted at music events every year. 92% of female fans 92% of female fans in a recent survey reported experiencing harassment at a music festival. That's ridiculous. Among survey respondents who reported some type of harassment at a music event, 62% received unsolicited comments about their body, 55% had been groped, and 3% had been sexually assaulted. Similar trends occur in other countries, i.e. the United Kingdom. So yes, females are not just being hypnotized under this music, they're actually being harassed under this music, taken advantage of to the maximum capacity. Think about this next time you hear one of these songs, hopefully unwillingly in a music store, not willingly, please. But wait, males, all the males out there, don't think you're safe from this Orwellian spiritual direct energy weapon that is Matrix music. Don't think you're safe. Males are not safe either. No one's safe from the Matrix. They're even catching cats and dogs out here now. The literature of the period also provides examples of the influence of scientific work on hypnosis and music and its related anxieties. For example, James Huneker's short story, A Piper of Dreams, described the fictional composer Ilowski as a hypnotist who conducted his orchestra through extraordinary and malevolent forest of tone. Hunker alluded to the homosexuality, a disease of the will, that so often seems to lurk behind this discourse of musical hypnosis. Hunker alluded to the homosexuality, a disease of the will that often lurks behind this discourse of musical hypnosis. Here, these professionals who used hypnotism in their songs back in the day are admitting that behind the tones are subliminals that cause what is called disease of the will, or homosexuality. Let's take a look. Let's see if he's speaking facts or not. Is it true? Is music turning people homosexual? Right now, I'm focused on the men specifically. Is it turning men into homosexuals? We will see. Who are some of the most famous male music artists, specifically to females, today? This is a question for the chat. Who are some of the most famous male music artists today? If you are enjoying this, if you are hearing things that you have not heard before, please send in reciprocity to the House of Aten, HOA. Nobody else, no other organization is going to bring this to you. You will only find this at the HOA, House of Aten. Nook Poo Nook said, Tupac. To all for everyone participating. Remember, if you're at work, you can just say it in your head. If you're working, doing something, making food, just say it in your head. It still helps with participation. Onto said Drake. Who are some of the most famous male music artists today? That is the question for the chat. I will wait a little longer. Minty said, I don't know. That's probably for the best, Minty. Not know. That's good. Yeah. But these people, you don't want to know. OxFX said Sam Smith. Ed Sheeran. That female Lil Uzi. Lil Uzi Vert. I appreciate everyone participating and observing, directing your attention to this. If you were not all directing your attention to this, I'd just be doing it by myself here. Okay. I'm going to move on. You can still comment some artists if you would like. I'm going to move on now. Thank you very much to everybody for your participation. So this is who I picked. Omaheru said Kanye West and OxFX said Lil Nas X. This is who I chose. I don't listen to these people. I don't listen to the females either. I'm just going based off what I hear other people listen to and what I hear other people say. So I chose Lil Nas X here. I chose this thing, Lil Uzi Vert. And this dude, the Young Thug, right? He's the Young Thug. These are the people, the males that are influencing other males. These are just a few. There's no way I could go over all of them. This is just a few. So like I did last time, I will go over some of their lyrics. Some of these I actually can read. These over there, these so-called men are some of the most famous rappers today to males. Let's look at some lyrics from their songs. Let's see what they're hypnotizing the male youth with. So here is Lil Nas X, a song called Montero, Call Me By Your Name. He has already admitted that he is homosexual. Let's keep in mind that the whole point of showing this is to show how underlying tones in music are creating homosexuality within males. That's why all of these males here are wearing dresses and female clothes, because they're actually homosexual. And we'll see if they're actually successful at turning their fans homosexual. First, let's see what the fans are absorbing. So Lil Nas X already admitted he is gay. He said he caught it bad yesterday. He said, you hit me with a call to your place. Ain't been out in a while anyway. Was hoping I could catch you throwing smiles in my face. He said, romantic talking, you don't even have to try. He said, you're cute enough to with him tonight. He said, looking at the table, all he sees is weed and white. He said, baby, you living the life, but you ain't living right. He said, cocaine and drinking with your friends, you live in the dark. He said, boy, I cannot pretend. He said, I'm not fazed, only here to sin. Man, these people got to be deep in hypnosis and not catch these lyrics. I'm not fazed, only here to sin. He said, if Eve ain't in your garden, you know that you can call him when you want, call him when you need, call him in the morning, he'll be on the way. Let's analyze that lyric real quick. In this biblical story, you have Adam and Eve. So he says, if Eve ain't in your garden, meaning he's talking to Adam, who is supposed to be the listener, the male listener. He's saying, you can call him. He'll replace her. Lil Nas X said, if Eve ain't in your garden, you know that you can call me when you want. Call me when you need. He's saying, hey, Adam, Eve ain't there. Just call another dude, just turn homosexual. That's literally what he's saying. So right there, we already can see the homosexual subliminals in there programmed into the male's mind. Here is Exo Tour Life by Lil Uzi Vert. He says, I don't really care if you cry. On the real, you should have never lied. Should have saw the way she looked me in my eyes. She said, baby, I'm not afraid to die. He continues to say, push him to the edge. All his friends are dead. He continues to say that. Says, push him to the edge. He says, phantom that's all red, inside all white. Like something you ride a sled down. He said, I just want the head. He said, my Britney got mad. I'm barely her man now. Everybody got the same swag now. He said, watch the way that he tears it down. Now, this one, I would like to give a little jewel on this one. To the people in the Matrix, when someone passes on, they're dead. Here at the House of Aten, if you have been studying under Sabatuti, you will know that things don't really die. They pass on to another realm. So, theoretically, if I'm speaking to my ancestors during ritual work, someone might say, we are speaking to dead people. If I talk to my ancestors frequently and I consider them my friends, then one could say my friends are dead. Right? So here he says all his friends are dead. So he's hinting that he's talking to something that's in the other realm. But wait, I'm not reaching, because we have learned from our Sabatuti that phantom means Ba. And red is the negative light, the negative energy, the evil energy. He's saying phantom that's all red. Right? All his friends are dead. Phantom that's all red. Like the Travis Scott door, the blue man walking, and then it's a red man coming out. He even proceeds to say inside all white, which is something that represents Sahut, the egg, resurrection. His friend is a red Ba, a red phantom that is resurrected. That's pushing him to the edge too. You can put that together. I'll give you a example. You ever heard of Kanye West say that that his dad went missing and industry made him do it? Okay, well, that's a different class, though. I'm getting a little carried away on that one. Just wanted to point out that he's not talking about friends that are here. He's talking about something deeper. They know what's going on, and this is why he looks like this. That's a different class, though. Here, Young Thug, he's just saying it straight up. He's saying it to the youth straight up. He's saying, like, family don't matter. He's saying, what's popping? What's the deal? He says it over and over and over. This song's called Family Don't Matter. He's advocating that family does not matter. In Ma'at, family is the structure that helps keep Ma'at upright. And he's saying it doesn't matter. A family, the conventional family, the nuclear family, is a female, a male, and children. If he's saying family doesn't matter, he could be advocating for anything. He could be advocating for female, no male. He could be advocating for male. He could be advocating for all different types of crazy, sick stuff. He says he bagged a bad one, a bad bitchess. He said he got a foreign son, Tommy gun, found a real Tommy gun. He dropped $1 million on his chain. He got no Barry Bonds. He got a head full of hair like he's from Amazon. He said, blaze that like a candle, honey. Ferragamo shower shoes for me. Light pole and it got jewels on it. I do not understand these rappers, but if you think the hood is scary now, wait till everyone looks like this right here. Like this man toting a Tommy gun. Yo, right now, at least they're not wearing dresses and stuff, but imagine when all this is the style and everyone's wearing a dress towing the gun, like, give me your money. Like, what the heck is going on here, yo? I would be bamboozled. That will be the day when the hood is actually at its worst. So this is what the youth is being hypnotized with right here, the male youth. Now, this is the question, though. Can we see it in the youth? Can we see the homosexual hypnosis hidden behind these songs within the youth? Now we know why the young so-called men act and look like this. Some Lil Nas X fans, you can tell me if they're gay or not, homosexual. Horns. Here's these things, they're sagging. For anyone that doesn't know, now sagging is a symbol of cool. You're from the hood. Maybe you hold part of your pants, act like you got a gun. But for all the people listening that sag and participate in these so-called gang activities, sagging actually comes from jail. And back in the day, a man would put his pants down below his waist to let other men know that he likes it in the rectum. So they're imbuing this right here without even knowing. They are imbuing the original frequency of what this meant. And I, in this class, will not even get into how music tricks people into killing each other, into gang violence, etc., etc. For now, I'm focusing on the unknowing homosexuality within these people. You might meet someone from the hood. They might be not as manly as they look. You can speak from your own experience. It's something that's very common to see in the hood. I will move on now. Yeah, this is what happens when you allow yourself to be hypnotized by evil matrix music. You turn into this right here. Once again, if you instead allow yourself to be hypnotized by musical artists such as Ani Ptah, X-Clan, Queen Mother Rage, Professor X, you will end up looking and acting like this. Like Asar, like Ramses, Ramesu, Tehuti Mos. Me, I will be like my ancestors, like Asar. Men out there, ask yourself this question. Parents, if you have children that are males, ask them this question. Would you rather look like these people here? Or would you rather look like our ancestors here? Ask yourself. I know that I want my future sons to be like our ancestors. I will play a video. While we're on the topic of music as a direct energy weapon and its use to induce homosexuality, I will ask the class a question. What's going on right now with P. Diddy? This is a little jewel I wanted to add in for the people. So I ask the chat, what is going on right now with P. Diddy? Type what you've heard. Everyone's out there on social media. They probably have heard it. Sabatuti is very special, so he does not know. But you could find out in a few seconds. Don't hesitate. He can find out anything. But what is going on with P. Diddy right now? Hush Nation. Shout out to Hush Nation. I have not seen you in the chat before. Peace and love. I hope you are enjoying this. Said women abuse about Diddy. Onto said I don't know, which is for the best. question is, what is going on right now with P. Diddy? A question for the chat. If you're doing something, just say it in your head. Still participating. The frequency matters. Minty Hotep said domestic violence. Mary Segment said question mark, question mark. Keep in mind, this is a jewel to add on to the subliminal homosexuality presented within music to the men. I bring this to you to give you the netter acts to defend yourself, your children, and people out there. I would like to show this jewel here because P. Diddy is a famous artist. I know everybody heard More Money, More Problems. I don't listen to it anymore. But when I was young, I did. He is very prominent in this industry. So let's see if he has anything homosexual going on. You're welcome, Hush Nation. I'm glad that you are appreciating it. Nook Punuk said, he's making a movie. Ox Effect said, sexual assault. Nook Punuk said, he is pushing P. Okay, let's see if this video here ties into any of the homosexuality present within the music industry. I will allow you all to decide what is happening at this P. Diddy party. I show this video as a jewel to the people who have been coming across this topic, and to reinforce within your mind, if you think that it's just okay to listen to this person because they sound good, think about what they're doing at those parties. Think about what they actually stand for. If you are listening to it and your child is, or someone close to is, use it as motivation to get them to stop in the most kind way, strictly in ma'at, because what these people live for and what they do, this is just a small part of it, and they are influencing the youth. They are influencing people. Like I said, I have listened to P. Diddy. I think everybody has listened to More Money, More Problems. We're all here at the House of Aten. We're doing good compared to the other people that are still stuck in the matrix, but it even had got to us at one point. So keep in mind what they're influencing people with. It's not just homosexuality. It is pure ISFET. Let us take a look at how music influences the way a person thinks. From frontierstein.org, in order to form and retrieve long-term memories, i.e. pieces of personal experiences and knowledge, multiple regions of the brain work together to form a coordinated network that transmits information from one brain region to another. For instance, when you remember what something you saw earlier that day looked like, you are using your optical lobe, which is involved in vision. When you remember what you were thinking about earlier, or wonder how something that happened may have instead happened differently, you are using your frontal lobe, which is important for thinking. When you remember other moments in time, such as your own past, or when you think about your future, you use multiple brain regions, including the both temporal lobe and frontal lobe. All these different representations are put together in a specific region of the brain called the hippocampus, located within the temporal lobes to form memory. The music, the lyrics, the beat form memory within the hippocampus. Every form of communication is never neutral and always has consequences. For the listener, communication is not limited to the spoken exchanges we have with others. There's also a personal level of communication that happens through our thoughts and reflections. When we imagine a certain scenario, we're already laying the groundwork for it to potentially happen. The words we listen to not only have the effect of describing a situation, but can also contribute to creating it. Because listening alters our perspective and generates thoughts that can influence our mood and consequently our actions. They affect our brain. They shape the way we perceive our context, and they mold our personality. A big takeaway from this is saying how music alters the perspective and generates thoughts that can influence the mood and consequently the actions of the listener. They affect the brain and they shape how the listener perceives context, and it molds their personality. This is why, if we go back, we can recap that females between 13 and 30 are easily hypnotized by the music they listen to. They become echoes of the music they listen to. They're shaped by it. The men that are being tricked into being homosexual, they are listening to that music and they are becoming it. It is molding who they are. Music and its lyrics get recorded into your hippocampus. This makes it available to pre-conscious processing that your brain does outside your mind's awareness, as it interprets everything around you and produces automatic thoughts in accordance with the information stored in the hippocampus. So music and its lyrics become accessible to the brain for use of interpreting the world around you. And automatic thoughts the brain produces that the mind becomes aware of after the fact. Once or if the mind becomes aware of the automatic thoughts produced from the preconscious processing memory bank association, the mind can make intentional decisions about whether those thoughts are accurate, inaccurate, somewhat accurate, then make decisions based on those thoughts, or a person just reacts according to what gets programmed in. The more a thought is repeated, the more it seems true to your mind. Music is catchy and repeats in your head with its lyrics without you thinking about it. Over time, the music lyrics you hear repeatedly seems more and more based in truth and guides how you feel / what you do next. In this way, music can be used to program people and the information in their hippocampus, and to promote certain feelings, behaviors of an automatic nature, brain, and an intentional mindful nature, mind, thus making matrix music a direct energy weapon. Might have to read that a few times. The lyrics stored within the brain play by themselves when the person doesn't even know. Have you ever caught that? I have. You don't even know how a song got in your head. It might have been from the gym, from the store. And as those lyrics play, the more and more the lyric repeats, the more true it becomes to your brain. And without knowing, the person takes those thoughts and makes actions of them. This is why someone in the ghetto who listens to songs about shooting and all that stuff and doing horrible things like that and hurting, they might do it because of what they're listening to, because of what's repeating in their mind. I could give many examples. There is one. Watch what you listen to, please, because they'll turn you into someone you don't want to be if it's bad. Now that you have gone over this with me, please be aware and careful of what music you listen to. If they don't follow Ma'at or support the uplifting of consciousness, then there's simply another evil, destructive, directed energy weapon meant to kill your Kat body, Ka soul, Ba spirit, and all other 9 aspects of your being. I'm serious. I'm so serious. Me personally, I do not listen to any music besides the artists I named up there. Ani Ptah, Queen Mother Rage, X-Clan. There's an artist, man, Ku showed me because he's fire with the artist. I listen to that artist too. I didn't put him in. I do not listen to anybody if they do not follow Mott. Even if there's no bad lyrics, there still can be an underlying meaning that you would never even know. And I will show you some. I will even show you some songs that are meant to destroy you without knowing. Let's look. Due to copyright reasons, I cannot play any of these songs in the normal format. Instead, I will play the songs backward to allow you to hear what has been entering the subconscious mind and sung by millions of people around the world without even knowing it. The conscious might not be able to hear lyrics that are meant to be heard backward while the song is playing forward. However, the subconscious mind can hear both forward and backward. So I will now show you a few examples of some songs that many people know, many people have sung, that are played. And I want you to keep in mind that these lyrics are going into the listener's mind and affecting the way they think. Now, because we have learned how powerful music is, if people do not want to watch this upcoming part, I understand. I had to put this on here to show the people that are in denial and show the people that are curious to know what they're up against. So listener discretion, viewer discretion is advised with these upcoming songs because we know the power of frequency. If you would like to turn your phone all the way down and not listen to these, I understand. Come back after, though, when I'm done playing the songs, because I got some jewels. I got some jewels for real. So first, who knows this artist here? And what was his last music video recorded before death? I will wait for answers in the chat for people to say who this artist here is. I'm going to be showing one of his songs backwards. Hush Nation said, thank God, describe. I feel you on that one. So who is this artist here? I like the way you think, Nookpoo. You gotta have that blue. Destroy the negative with the blue. Nookpoo knows all about that. Hush Nation said that's XXXTENTATION. He is correct. If anyone else wants to type it, you can as well. But this is XXXTENTATION. He was a famous rapper. I'm fairly new and young to this planet. So when I was growing up, this was a famous rapper that was played. Nook Poo Nook said Triple X. Yeah, this is XXXTENTATION. Another person influencing the youth. Yes, this is XXXTENTATION. His last recorded music video was the song Sad, a video where he attended his own funeral. Two off for everyone who's supported by answering in the chat. I appreciate the appreciation. I will now show you his last song, his last video. I will show you the song backward. I cannot go and play the song forward, the lyrics forward as well, or hypnotizing people. I would just like to give people an idea. You might be listening to They Not Like Us or something like that. It might sound good, but what's the hidden meaning? What's really being hypnotized into your mind? Especially when it's mainstream. So here I will give this song a chance to play backwards so everyone can see what is being said backward. Now it might sound a little weird because after all, he is speaking backward. There are lyrics to accompany what he is saying. I will play the video. Hotep Ma'at.
So sick, help my fma, it's all more. We will have our slip for we are such next in the car, Nick Burton, in fell, I am station at the Vega. I on the asthma, I on the asthma. Yeah, I'm straight. Yeah, suits like on the yeah, sweet.
So, if any of you have ever listened to that song in the past, specifically to the younger generations, older generations probably have not. This is also what you were singing when you sung it, and this is also what you're hearing backward. And if you think that all of the music industry stuff is real, the man said himself that he is going to receive 6 shots in the car while they're robbing it. And that just happens to be how he died too. Like Saba said, it's just all a play. I will play one more song. A very famous song. Who knows this band and what is the most famous song by this band? This is a question for the chat. Who knows this band and what is the most famous song by this band? Oh, Minty's quick. She said Led Zeppelin. Led Zeppelin. Minty's quick with it again. She says Stairway to Heaven. Both of those answers are correct. 2 off for the participation. This is Led Zeppelin, and their most famous song is Stairway to Heaven. Yes, the answer is Led Zeppelin. Their most famous song is Stairway to Heaven. Here's the cover with the druid with a lantern within the dark. He comes forth as conscious light. I cannot play Stairway to Heaven for copyright reasons. However, I can play it backwards for you as the observer to see the lengths this Fetian will go to use music as a directed energy weapon. Before I play this, if you do your own research on Led Zeppelin, they admit that they practice various different cultures' magic. They call it the occult. The lead singer himself, Robert Plant, has a sigil, and you can find interviews with him speaking about this sigil. His sigil is a feather with a circle around it. He says that it is the feather of Ma'at. Him. He says it. You can do that research yourself. I would like to just let you know this because these people don't play. The artists today, too, they do not play. This is very serious, and they steal from us and they use it against us. I will now play Stairway to Heaven backward for you listeners to allow yourself to hear the lyrics. First, I would like to ask, though, if you have heard this song, this very famous song, put a 1 in the chat, please. I'm curious to know how many people have heard this song. On to put 1. Minty put 1. And Minty's right about the comment she put above her 1. That is correct. Minty's done the research. Poopa 0. Very famous song listened to by millions of people. And even if you haven't heard it yourself, you will find somebody who has. And just learning stuff from this class alone could be what breaks these people out of the matrix. Okay, 2 out for everyone who has participated in the chat. I will now play this backward. It is 7 minutes. There are some very interesting things within it. 2 out for your attention. Matotep. If you haven't heard that before, please support the House of Aten. Pardon me for being the one to bring this forth to you. I wish it did not exist. However, to give people the nectar acts and to show people the ability that these people have, I had to show you 2 examples. There are many more examples. If you did not catch inside this song the thievery, the worshiping of our ancestors, they said it themselves. And Robert Plant says in interviews themselves, they spoke about Tehuti in this song, or as they say, Thoth. They talked about Ma'at. And what we have learned from our Sabatuti is that Satan is just set, doubled. So who do they worship? That negative energy that Set was under when he did the acts he did of his fet. There are many other songs that have these backward. If you listen to Kendrick Lamar's Euphoria, in the beginning, he says, everything they said about me is true. There are many songs with this. I will continue going. And this class, as of right now, may feel grimy. It may feel very bad because there's a lot of exposing this fet in it. It might be scary. However, I will not leave you like this. I will help build you up. I will give you the resources, the tools, and the sources to build you up after this evil. Because best believe it was hard for me to listen to this as well. I have now walked through a few direct energy weapons that are used by the ISFETians against us. Now, here is a question for the class. Who is the oldest culture to use directed energy as a weapon and for healing? This is where it gets really good, and I personally love this part of the class. I hope that you love it as well. So a question for the class is, who is the oldest culture to use directed energy as a weapon and for healing? Look, Punuk's funny. Look, Punuk said Ma'at. Antu said Ma'at. Minty said followers of Ma'at. You're all correct. The Ptah Meri, ancestors of the land of love. It's time to Per Heru and come forth as they. It's time to take the power back into Ma'at's hands. To use what was stolen from us. I went over a few directed energy weapons that are being used against people. And now I will show you how our ancestors use directed energy to heal and as a weapon. If you follow in their footsteps, you might be able to do the same. To heal with directed energy, to defend yourself with directed energy. Here we have the Medu word iri, which means to make, to do, to create, to form, to fashion, to beget, to produce, to pass the time, to be made, done, created, etc., and used as an auxiliary. Here we have the word Marie. For now, we will be focusing on the iri, the I glyph. The conscious fashioning and creating by using directed energy with eyes. Your mind's eye, the envisioning, and with literal observation through your eyes, the creation through the mind's eye and through literal observation with your eyes. Please pay attention, especially to this part of the class, because if you understand what is going to be taught from here on out, you can apply it to your life and it will change your life. So we are going to look at the Iri, the eye, first. And how does this eye, this observation, have to do with creating things? So here, now we will look at what is called the observer effect, also known as the double split experiment. So we will look at this video to show the power of observation through the eyes, how observation can create. Here we can see that the action of observation can affect the potential of the waveform particles after they are split, meaning that us as the Ka spirit observing through the eyes has the ability to change and create realities and situations by directing our energetic observation. Where our energy goes is what makes realities flow. This is the Iri, the creating and fashioning through directed observation. This direction of energy from the eye can be used to heal or to destroy. If you focus on, if your life is focused on ISFET things, if you have a good life and you focus on ISFET, you will unfortunately destroy your life. If you are living in ISFET and you focus on Ma'at, you will heal your life. Where you put your attention, what you look at, directs the way the particle moves. Just you looking at the particle directs the way it moves, just like in the double split experiment. Just by putting your attention to certain things will create realities that you could possibly live or could not possibly live. Observation is powerful. Attention is powerful. The observation of those who are viewing is what creates me to come on here. I am a wave of your observation. That is powerful. Think about this when you look at things. Imbue yourself in this, and you are walking the path to becoming a super netter. As today they will say, superhero. You will be able to do things that are beyond belief simply by observing. To everybody who is here, who has stuck through all the evil ISFET that I had to go through to show people what people are up against. Now we are here to create, to build. Next, we will look at the R, the mouth, and Iri, and its ability to direct energy. Sound travels by particles bumping into each other as they vibrate. It is little like a relay race. Each runner holds a little bit of information, the baton, and when they make contact with the next runner, they pass the information on. In the case of sound, the runners are particles, and the information baton they are passing along is energy of vibration. In a second wave, a particle picks up some energy and keeps it until it bumps into a neighboring particle. The next particle will then pick up the energy and transfer it to the next one in the chain. This happens extremely fast and is dedicated as a wave of pressure. Sound won't travel in a vacuum because there are no particles to bump together to transmit the vibration. Here we can see that sound travels from particle to particle, thus creating a wave. With the consistency of the vibration, it ends up creating a wave. A cause and effect relationship between the sound and the particle. Sound in water. In water, the particles are much closer together, and they can quickly transmit vibration energy from one particle to the next. This means that the sound wave travels over 4 times faster than it would in the air. But it takes a lot of energy to start the vibration. A faint sound in air wouldn't be transmitted in water, as the wave wouldn't have enough energy to force the water particles to move. Sound in solids. In a solid, the particles are even closer together and linked by chemical bonds. So the wave travels even faster than it does in either liquid or air, but you need quite a lot of energy to start the wave at the beginning. Sound in air. In a gas like air, the particles are generally far apart, so they travel further before they bump into one another. There is not much resistance to movement, so it doesn't take much to start a wave, but it won't travel fast. So speaking with your mouth, directing energy from your mouth. As that vibration leaves your mouth, it hits these particles in the air. As I am speaking right now, the vibration from my mouth is hitting particles in the air, and that particle hits another particle, and that particle hits another particle, creating a wave. In order for the wave to start, I have to speak. And because gas particles are further away from each other, it takes longer for one particle to hit another particle. So with this science, if I say right now, I will be a netter in 15 years. If I continue saying that over and over and over, I say it every day in an affirmation, that vibration is hitting a particle that hits another particle. It hits another particle, hits another particle, and it keeps hitting the particles until you create a wave that eventually comes back to you. Manifestation with your words. The science behind it. Speaking and one particle hitting another. Because the air particles are farther apart, what you say might take a while to manifest. But if you do it consistently and keep the wave going, it will eventually come back to you. With liquid, speaking inside of a liquid, particles are much closer together, so they can vibrate and transmit energy from one particle to another quickly. In water, the energy goes from one particle to another quick. However, it takes a good amount of vibration in the beginning to keep the wave going. Sabatudia showed us that sound vibration affects the health of the water, the particles of the water. When you say hateful things to water, those particles bounce from one particle to another, creating a chaotic image. When you say positive things to your water, the vibration bounces from the particle to particle to create a beautiful image. Sabatudia has talked about this in his classes. He has a class on Marie Magic where he talks about applications of using sound vibration and water. Sound in solids. In a solid, the particles are even closer together and linked by chemical bonds, so the wave travels even faster than it does in liquid or air, but you need quite a lot of energy to start the wave at the beginning. Sabatudia has shown videos of people, and you can look this up for yourself on YouTube, of people breaking glass with their voice. It takes quite a lot of energy, consistency in the beginning. But eventually the glass starts to turn into a wave and it shatters. According to this science, you can literally alter reality, physical solid objects, with your voice, if the beginning of the wave is powerful enough. This is power. As you speak, you're speaking power, if it's positive, or maybe power for negative things if you're speaking bad about yourself. Watch what you speak, watch what you say about people, because it is literally creating a wave. Literally bouncing vibration from particle to particle to particle. You can use this to heal and manifest yourself, heal other people. You could also use it to destroy ISFET around yourself or inside of yourself, simply by speaking. People out there, they like to say, oh, well, say this affirmation, but they never tell you how it works. Here's one of the reasons why it works. These paragraphs show that sound can travel through particles at different rates of speed depending on the closeness of each particle to each other. Our voices that come from our mouths can produce sounds that can control the air, water, and solids around us, thus making the sound vibration from our mouth a form of directed energy that can be used to heal or destroy. Just like the mouth in iri, which means to create, to beget. Next, we will look at the laying down line in iri, and its ability to direct energy. The lion represents the Ma'u or Mia, a form of supreme thought like consciousness. When someone realizes they have the ability to affect their reality around them, and it becomes an unshakable part of their very being, they attain a conscious state equated to a strong, proud, confident, supreme biological imperative lion. This is one of the aspects of Mia, Ma'u. Let us take a look at how directed energy from the mind and consciousness affect our surroundings. I will take you to the website of PAIR, Princeton Engineering Anomalies Research. PAIR was funded by Lockheed Martin, a famous military industrial group. They funded PAIR so that way they could start tests to see how a pilot in a fighter jet, how their mind would affect the electronics around them. And this is powerful. Human-machine anomalies. The most substantial portion of the PAIR experimental program examined anomalies arising in human-machine interactions. In these studies, human operators attempted to bias the output of a variety of mechanical, electronic, optical, acoustical, and fluid devices to conform to pre-stated intentions without recourse to any known physical influences. In unattended calibrations, all of these sophisticated machines produce strictly random data, yet the experimental result display increases in information content that can only be attributed to consciousness of their human operators. Over the laboratory's 28-year history, thousands of experiments involving many millions of trials were performed by several hundred operators. They observed effects were usually quite small, of the order of a few parts in 10,000 on average, but they compounded to highly significant statistical deviations from chance expectations. These results are summarized in correlations of random binary sequences and pre-stated operator intention and the PAIR proposition. What this is saying here is they did tests with machines that generated random data, so random number machines, things like a machine that rolls dice, things like that. And scientifically at this time, the roll of the dice or the number of the machine would be stopped on is supposed to be random. However, they have figured out that over 28 years of experiments, that the person thinking about the outcome has a higher probability of it happening. If you have dice and you know that it's going to be 2 6s, chances are it will be 2 6s, because your mind is actually playing a part in the equation of where the dice will land. Personally, I have done this myself with Antu. Sonnet is a whole different thing because you're like making it land on a certain way. You can use your mind to alter data that's supposed to be random and actually alter it to what your intention is. This is an experiment that's been done for 28 years by a famous research group. A number of secondary correlations revealed other anomalous structural features within these human/machine databases. In many instances, the effects appear to be operator-specific in their details, and the results of given operators on widely different machines frequently tended to be similar in character and scale. Pairs of operators with shared intentions were found to induce further anomalies in the experimental outputs, especially when the two individuals shared an emotional bond. The data also displayed significant disparities between female and male operators. Performances and consistent series positions effects were observed in individual and collective results. These anomalies were demonstrated with the operators located up to thousands of miles from the laboratory, exerting their efforts many hours before or after the actual operation of the devices. This part here, to give it a gist, is saying that two people that have the same shared intention have a better chance of creating an outcome with their intention. Two people with an emotional connection have an even greater chance of creating the outcome of their intention with just their mind. And not just do they have a better chance, they can do it thousands of miles away. And before or after the machine or whatever the thing is even begins. So to give an example, you could have somebody out in the middle of, I don't know, war zone, and there's an airstrike coming. They're going to come with planes and they're going to bomb them. If those people that have an emotional connection think in their mind and channel, the plane will not work. It will malfunction. Before the pilot even gets in the plane can actually malfunction. And now they can't bomb them. If there's two people if there's a couple or a family of however many people, if without knowing they're going to get robbed at gunpoint 5 years from now, if they think now, and as time goes on, that if that ever happens, the gun will jam, now when that person robs them, the gun will jam. Because even at the point they're thinking it, the so-be robber in the future is thousands of miles away, and this is many hours before the event would happen. That is power. Your mind is power. The supreme consciousness is power. The random devices were also shown to respond to group activities of larger numbers of people, even when they were unaware of the presence of the machine. Such field REG data produced in environments fostering relatively intense or profound subjective resonance showed larger deviations than those generated in more pragmatic assemblies. Venues that appear to be particularly conducive to such field anomalies include small, intimate groups, group rituals, sacred sites, musical and theatrical performances, and other charismatic events. In contrast, data generated during the most academic conferences, business meetings, or any other mundane venues show less deviation than would be expected by chance. Elaborate analytical methods were developed to extract as much understanding as possible from all of these results. and to guarantee their integrity against any experimental or data processing facilities. What this part is saying is that small intimate groups, group rituals, sacred sites, musical and theoretical performances, and other charismatic events have the greatest chance of affecting an outcome with pure intention. You can use any example you want. A group of people with a connected intention can affect the outcome. If everyone in the HOA knows the HOA will be successful for eternity, then it will happen. Because the integration, the relativity between each person can actually affect what would be a random outcome, but it's not, because we are using our observation, our mouth, and our consciousness as a factor in the so-called random outcome, which will make it happen. You can use these things for many things in your life, to protect yourself, to heal yourself. With great power comes great responsibility. Here we can see from this study that the consciousness has the ability to alter the outcome of sophisticated machines that produce strictly random data all through the mind's intention. The study goes even further to say that pairs of people with shared intentions were found to further induce anomalies in the experiments, especially when the two individuals shared an emotional bond. Anomalies were demonstrated thousands of miles from the laboratory, many hours before the operation of the devices. It continues to say that the machines would respond to group activities of larger numbers of people even when they are unaware of the presence of the machine. This study continued to say that the anomalies are particularly conducted to small groups, to small intimate groups, group rituals, sacred sites, musical and theoretical performances, and other charismatic events. In contrast, data generated during most academic conferences, business meetings, or other mundane venues showed less deviation than would be expected by chance. Wow. I will allow that to sink in with everybody. The power of your mind. I will allow that to sink in, the power of your thoughts, and how it truly does create your reality. And these scientists know it. The SFET teams know it. We need to take our ancestors' power back. Next, we will look at KIRLIAN light, Ka, because the Ka is the consciousness, and see how this state of light consciousness called Ma'u can be used as directed energy to heal or destroy. So here in the United States, material scientist William A. Tiller of Stanford University and medical sociologist Thelma Moss of the University of California in Los Angeles have produced photographs of freshly plucked leaves revealing light patterns surrounding the leaves that become distorted if the leaves are mutilated and gradually disappear as the leaves die. They speculate that this emanation may be a direct measure of the life processes occurring within a living organism. Repeated experiments suggest that light emanations around fingertips vary with the emotional, psychological, and physical state. Repeated experiments suggest that light emanations around fingertips vary with the emotional, psychological, and physical state of the person being photographed. Moss has photographed the fingertips of a medical student before, during, and after the consumption of 17 ounces of bourbon. The emanations around his fingertips became increasingly brighter and rosier after each consecutive drink until he became all lit up. and shortly thereafter ill. This experiment has been repeated by Tiller and psychiatrist Gerald G. Jamplowski of the Child Center in Kentfield, California. Their results corroborate those of Moss. More puzzling are photographs taken of fingers of faith healers, persons who claim they can cure illness by touching others. Often the person being treated by a healer reports a heat sensation in the area of the body touched. Pictures taken by Moss show that the glow around the healer's fingers is smaller than before healing, while the patient's emanations increase in size and intensity after healing. It should be emphasized, she says, that this phenomenon does not demonstrate healing. It simply seems to reveal a transfer of energy from healer to patient. And you can see right here what the source is, the CIA. So here's proof. We need to live what our ancestors created for us. We cannot be them. We cannot allow them to live it for us. We must live for us, not the CIA. So here in this article here, we can see that the light emanations around the fingertips vary with emotional, psychological, and psychic state. Here we can see that based on the emotion of the person, the coronal discharge changes color and that the discharge can be used for healing. So here our Sabatuti is the one who introduced this to me in a class, a pod class. Here are people that are thinking loving thoughts about each other, towards each other. And here is one where people are thinking hateful thoughts to each other, thoughts of harm. You can use this here, like they say with the faith healer, to heal yourself and other people with your coronal discharge, with your ka. You can also use it to combat negative energy. You can use the blue to destroy negative energy as a weapon. Thus, it is a directed energy weapon. Just like your voice can be a weapon or healing. I'm coming up with a new term, a DEH, direct energy healing. We have DWs and DEH. Our ancestors used both. With their mouth, their sound vibration, their observation, their consciousness, their ka, all of it can be used to heal and to destroy. Here at the National Library of Medicine, nursing has been dedicated throughout its history to addressing the physical, psychological, and spiritual aspects of the patient that influence the healing process. Current nursing practice in acute care is focused on increasingly on monitoring equipment, giving medications, and administering medical treatments in a fast-paced environment that affords few opportunities for deeper human connectedness between the nurse and the one who is ill and suffering. Healing touch, HT, is an energy-based complementary therapy fostering that nurse-patient connection. Nurses are beginning to use HT with their patients to assist in easing pain and anxiety, promote relaxation, accelerate wound healing, diminish depression, and increase a patient's sense of well-being. This article reports a conceptual framework for use of HT, healing touch, in acute care settings, describes specific healing touch techniques, and reviews numerous studies that have been reported positive outcomes of healing touch as non-invasive complementary therapy. So here we can see even nurses now are learning how to use the ka to heal, to use that blue coronal discharge to heal and comfort patients. It's called a healing touch. If you're a nurse, you can learn this, incorporate it into your practice, and use healing touch, the ka, to heal and comfort patients. Here we can see that healing touch is used by nurses to assist in easing pain and anxiety, promote relaxation, accelerate wound healing, diminish depression, and increase a patient's sense of well-being. We have now gone over Samedu and Iri and how it can be used as an offensive and defensive to destroy and protect. Wait though. Did the Pa ancestors of Ma'at think this as well? Did they think that Iri can be used to protect, defend, heal? Did they think that as well? Did they know that Iri was used as a weapon and to heal? Or am I just making this all up? Is this just all a fantasy? Did they think this too, or am I just giving all these jewels and I made it up in my head? Well, no, I did not make this up. Iri Ucha, to heal. Iri, to serve in the army, which is what you do to defend and protect and use weapons to do it. The main weapons are your eyes, observation, your inner eye as well, your voice, your consciousness. Iri Inech, to heal, to make, to recover, to restore to soundness. Iri Imket, to protect, to spread the wings over young. The ancestors knew this before I was even on this realm. I'm simply here to give people the Netter Acts, to defend themselves and the ones they care about, to defend Ma'at, and to restore conscious light, power, Makeru, within the followers of Ma'at. Brought into existence in this time, channeled through me by ancestors, by Anu. Hotep, I am done. If you would like to know more about direct energy weapons and healing, let me know in the comments or live chat and I will make a part 2. Tua for your attention. We know how important it is now. The Neteru are powerful, alive, eternal, and here to bring back Ma'at. Ankh Uja Seneb, Hotep. I will end the class out now that we know how powerful music is, sound vibration is, attention. We listen to the evil stuff. Now it's time to listen to the powerful stuff. A great brother, an Ursen, who is unique to the HOA. An echo of Saba Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra. We will listen to Ani Ptah's music to end this off with beautiful Nefer vibrations. Hotep Ma'at, Ankuja Seneb.
They fantasize, I analyze, I am the eyes. Yeah. They stand in lie, I stand in truth. That's my I am alive. I am alive, I am alive, I channel God. The frequency lives inside, delinquencies leap aside. Just look inside, I promise you'll find bodies the synagogue. You lie to self, then you sin to God. I take the end of lives, put it in a loop, then I tie a knot. This eternal life, this is Heka'u. We can never die, we are immortalized. They live mortal lives, I am more than man. I have God inside, whoa. Opened the door and then I got inside. Found my inner child, gave him a hug, told him I love him, we gon' be alright. And then I gave a smile, you made me more than proud. Shed some tears, let us scream aloud, a stand in pride. Grabbed his hand, it was the hand of God, our fingers 5. Double time, we put hands to sky. Raise them high, raise them high. This is dua. Praise himself, praise each other. Praise to health, that is the root to wealth. Praise comes from per, and it means to sell. See, that's what preachers do, buying souls, selling hell. Disguised as heaven, pushing P. Differences between prophet and prophecy. The Bible is a prop to see the lies of man, portraying God, open eye to see. Read. Telling tales of wanderings. I've been wondering, they don't know that we're the real wonders. Miracles, when I speak it thunders. Literal, you feel it under your flesh when your organs start to rumble. Heartbeat, you're listening to vibrations as my heart speaks. Stretch minds, I have far reach. Raj General, this is our me. This is pinnacle, step on sinister. Everyone is demons these days. Trust me, once you step to us, you will not leave as you came. See, we ain't the same, raising names. Real fame comes from Ba. It means to speak, to say. I have lots to say. My ancestors taught me how to pray, ask and receive. Given that you live in reciprocity, our Ba shall speak through you to give our message of praise. Hands raised, this is Dua. This is Dua. Light body emerges Kaaba. Give me high five. Hands up. This ain't a stick up. This is Dua. Giving praise. They're only giving praise when they receive a raise. Like, thank God I receive a raise as I rise up every single day. Raise comes from res, giving life. The sun's rays, hands embrace. Consciousness extinct. Even the ones who think they are woke are still asleep. Resi means to watch, and it deals with what you see. Resi means to dream, and it's the tongue of the speech. Watch what you speak, bring dreams to reality. Watch tower, watch me tower over with power. This is more than ours, this is pure magic. Creation vibrations, layers on layers. Prayers on prayers, demon slayers. Soul cakes of fire, caught up in a rapture like I need a baker. The Lord has risen, watch the bread rise. To give sustenance, I've seen death eyes. The moon is my left eye. Praise Yah, Dua. This is House of Aten. I don't have a mask on. I'll tell you all what happened. I see they got the facts wrong, flow fluid. Walk with ancestors like Anpu is. Who's this? Greek named Anubis. Prove it. I see bodies walking around soulless, clueless. Ani Ptah, don't compare me to Steve Jobs. Call me Ptah Sakar. If you need to do more research, search Ray. Hands in vagina plays when pray. Spitting seeds into the womb to birth and raise. See, that's parades. Give thanks like it's in your hands. Collecting plates, ancient stele. Step through fire. See, we trailblaze. Fate and faith. This is knowledge. Facts will flip a fake. Tell me what's at stake to give fakes. Hands raised. This is Dua. This is Dua. Light body emerges Kaaba. Give me high five. Hands up. This ain't a stick up. This is Dua.
Hotep Mary, to everyone, I am greatly appreciative of all of you for the attention that you gave to this class. I know it was long. I know the beginning was hard, but at the end, we learned what true power is. To you all very much. Hotep Mary, to everyone.
Hotep Henu, Anu, I'm very proud of you, great brother. I really love what's happening with the HOA, with the crew stepping up, and with these shares, these explorations, these presentations. I think I really love range and catalogs, right? And these recordings are really powerful because we are echoing the Netaru. We are scribing, we are teaching, we're having these rituals and ceremonies. And this is reminding me of why this is so important. During the pandemic, I was already on this trajectory of, I was like studying scholars, right? And I was kind of, examining and inspecting the conscious community. And I was already on a trajectory. And then when the pandemic happened and people were quarantined, I was able to discover more and just be on this path because we all had more time of isolation and we couldn't do things that we normally did. And so while other people, I've heard somebody say that I thrive in crisis. I don't know if that's true. Maybe it's true. I don't know. Maybe my tolerance for chaos at the time. Like I've been doing community work where I was previously, where I was raised, doing community work and social justice stuff. And I used to be a firefighter. So I've been in this place of, conquering my fears for a while. I really love this. This is really powerful what's happening in the house of Aten because with what we've learned, right, from our master teacher, Tehuti, it was during the pandemic that I discovered him. And what's really powerful is us having the ability and stepping up and wanting to scribe in this digital realm on the internet, so-called internet, whatever. And this is really powerful because what's happening is a young person may discover some of the previous scholars or the so-called conscious community, which are atheists that we've learned from our master teacher, Tehuti. With a younger generation, they're going to discover, hopefully they will, this will come across their radar and they'll discover these frequencies and these vibrations. And what's really powerful is how they may not be able to relate to some of the older generation, but the gap is being closed, right? Because I feel like the messages that we're sending are relevant, right? And they're being delivered in a way that the younger generation can metabolize that. And I really love that. It really means a lot to me because I've been working with young folks for a long time and in this realm of culture, right? And kind of coming to understand the world and coming to understand myself. And this is a really, really powerful teaching that you just did because of all the different modalities that you touched on. So important because it's like not a lot of people that we can talk about these spiritual wars, right? And these weapons that they are using on us. There's not a lot of people that want to have that conversation. They actually would rather talk about things that don't mean anything at all, right? Because people are so brainwashed, right? So people are in the matrix and certain things of high consciousness. There's not a lot of people we can talk to about these kind of things, but these messages have to be conveyed, right? We have to retake the airwaves, right? The airwaves are inundated. The matrix, that's how it's controlling things, right? It's spelling, right? It's putting out these images, right? It's advertisement and this music and all these things to keep you away from discovering the Netaru and distracting you from being in touch with your Ka and your Ba and your 9 aspects of who you are and doing the research and being in this energy, in this realm, right? In these dimensions. So this is really powerful how you show the weapons that they use against us. And then, every level of weaponry that they use. That's so powerful, great brother. That was really powerful. I had to go grab my axe for real. So salute to you. This is in the realm of, this is that Tehuti most the third work that you just did, right? Like, and Saba talks about it. So many people think consciousness and being in this frequency is all about being a hippie and warm and fuzzy and flowers. Like, no, it's the nectar acts. And I love how you repeatedly talking about giving the nectar acts to us, right? So we can be safe, so we can fight back. Like, we need this warrior training, this war cry. We need to be part of the healing is, Saba talked about this in one of the Magic Mondays too. He talked about the root word of healthy is to heal, right? And so this is so important that we have these healthy conversations to help recalibrate us and to return us to our true self, to align us with how the Netzeru, how they were, like how they lived, how they thought, how they were imbued with the Hekau, and all of these things that you touched on are so important, because we can't really get this anywhere else. So for you to be echoing the sentiments of our master teacher Saba Tehuti, for you uplifting the Netzeru, for you showing the young people, if you do this, this can happen. But if you do this, you can look like the Netzeru. And that is the message that they need, because after a while, right? So when you live in certain environments and there's liquor stores and there's McDonald's and guns are everywhere and violence is everywhere, you're like, you basically, these are the options, and everybody in this environment are participating in these options, right? So it's like, and I'm not trying to promote violence or anything, it's like, once these things become available and apparent, and then it ends up like you observing it, right? You observing it, right? And so all of a sudden, there is Glocks with extendos with switches on them, right? And then it's like, everybody else got a switch, like everybody else got these, so these are my options. Like, why am I going to turn? For some people who don't have other options, they feel like this is a viable option for me, right? I'm trying to survive. So this is a beautiful thing. What's happening in the HOA, we're developing more range, right? From Netertaten and Neferkeperet, and from you teaching, primordial teaching, Atef teaching, me teaching, Ani Ptah teaching. We are expanding the range and our catalog, and our different frequencies and vibrations will touch like a person that I can really may have impart something into. It may be it's a combination of all of us, but individually I may touch someone that you may not touch, but you may touch somebody that I may not touch. So I just like I just love your light, and how serious you're taking it, how you're really you really are representing the HOA and the Netzeru, and representing yourself too, like, is such a powerful thing. So I'm extremely proud of you, great brother. You just did a great job, and we continuously need these kind of messages, because our youth are continuously inundated with the other options that you shared, right? And I just, in my last share, I talked about, having the appropriate empathy for the youth. And, you know, right here, right now, there's a youth that need this message, and hopefully that it will find them. There's a lot of youth that haven't found these messages, and they are behind enemy lines, right? So the inner cities and this United States, so-called United States of America, there are still to this day communities that are equivalent to third world countries or worse, right? And so we have to be very conscious of that, right? There is people that their options are limited based on them not having the awareness or the consciousness or the options that they don't have to go down the paths that so many of them are almost forced to go down. And so this is really powerful. This means a lot to me because I just have a heart for this. Is what happens. There's a lot of prisoners of war because of poverty, right? And just because they look like us, you know, they are innocent bystanders, right? For so many reasons. People don't have the resources and the education, and born into poverty and born into families that are in gangs or in drugs or just not knowing. And the kids are innocent, right? The children have they have no idea of what's going on in the world, how the world works, like all the different dynamics that are happening in the world. And so anyone that is doing something to kind of alleviate the pain and the stress, the trauma that young descendants from the motherland, from Tamari, go through, I'm just a huge supporter of that, because children should not have to suffer for things that they have nothing to do with. So I have a huge heart for the youth and poor people. And so this is just really good how you use facts, the research that you did, the presentation was good. Everything about this was really, really really necessary, very, very healing, and equipping people with the tools and the things that are necessary so they can be liberated from this chaos and white supremacy and the matrix. So Henu Hotep, to you, I'm going to give you one of these, and then I'm going to give you one of these, and then I'm going to give you one of these too. Yeah, I'm going to start, because I really don't like to talk, but this with my actions, I'm going to start putting these up for when our comrades in the House of Aten teach and live this lifestyle. This is my most heartfelt way. These are my symbols of my adoration. These things speak louder than words, like actions and symbols and words. Symbols and items like this speak louder than words. I understand the power of words. I'm learning. I'm coming into Ma'at has helped me, find my voice and understand the vibrational power, the hekau of words. But it's actually exhausting for me to express myself. I think maybe because I grew up, in one of these third world countries where and with my family, wasn't really nurtured in the way to express myself. So this is beautiful that we get to express ourselves through Ma'at and through our ancestors, that we can use this power and this light inside of us to be a change and be a beacon of our cause and our lights and of the Neteru. So I was like, this is powerful. All while you were presenting was very much needed. Medicine. So two for all that you did putting this together, because you definitely put in the work. I love how your videos too were just right there and you can click on it. You show some really good videos. So Hinu Hotep to you, great brother. Keep up the energy of representing the Neteru. We need that.
Tua, so much. Your words mean so much. Make me feel great. You have fantastic way of saying things. You gave a little mini class right there. Oh, that was beautiful. You said it. What you said paired so well with the presentation, especially about the third world countries, stuff like that. Tua, very much. And we know by thinking and by saying that those people that need it will find this, that they will, because we will affect the chance of them finding it. Tua, very much for your words, Hotep Marie.
Yes, and it's our job to fight that they will find it, right? So they get the messages that they need, right? It's time for us to do all that we can, right, to bring people into Ma'at.
This is Nefer Antu. She came on because she wants to say beautiful words about the presentation.
Yes, Tua Anu, and Tua to everybody who's watching. This was very powerful and very much needed. I really loved it, and I like that it showed the so-called dark side of what's happening, and it's occurring now. So I like that you showed everything and the patents and what they're doing, and not a lot of people know that this is happening. And it's important to know because, I mean, they don't just show it to you, so you have to find it. And this is a place where you can find it within the House of Aten, because people like Anu do the research and do the digging to find these things and bring it to the people, so we can know what's happening and know that this is a war, and we have to protect ourselves and our energy and what we listen to, what we consume. And the House of Aten is a beautiful house, a beautiful womb to be in. We do not want to be in the matrix. We don't want to be in the womb of the matrix and being reborn within the matrix. We want to be reborn in this life and this eternal life. So Tua Anu, for all that you brought forward. You are so powerful, and going through it was like going through this journey of life in this lifetime. It was reminding me of what I experienced before coming to the House of Aten. It reminded me of all of the evil that I was surrounded by, and Anu was the one who opened my mind first. He was the one who took my mind and reorganized it and showed me things that I did not know of. He purified my mind in ways that I couldn't do. And he is very powerful. I've always known and seen and felt his unique gift that he has and that he is bringing forth to you all. He is very powerful and influential, is the way I can put it. But words can't really express what I feel. It can't really express what I feel with his energy. It's very important and vital. Everyone within the House of Aten has something unique to offer, and I think that is so powerful that the House of Aten is here to bring forward all these different energies and all different types of teachings to the people to heal and to return to the original state of mind and live within the culture of Ma'at. So Tua Anu, for all that you did and all that you continue to do and all of the choices you've made to become who you are. You are very powerful, and I'm very thankful for you and for all that you're bringing forth. So Tua very much. Hotep and Mary.
Niduk, Tua, Otemiri, for your words of Makiru and the Chemu.
The channel.
All right, Hotep Hinu, very powerful. Yes, Hinu, great brother, very powerful with what you brought forth. Tua, Hotep Antu, glad to see you. Peace and love to you. Hinu, great brother Menku Ara, for that illustrious way of putting together your thoughts. For someone who doesn't speak much, you know, you speak extremely well. So Hinu to you, great brother. Yes, Hinu and Tua. For everyone who stayed and watched this entire class and learned some information and appreciated what the great brother brought forth, let him know by supporting. Support him, you know, by utilizing those links that are there. It's a beautiful reciprocity. He just gave you all a lot of information. He just gave you all a lot of information to be able to dig more into. And I'm sure that most of you didn't know at least one thing that he brought forth. So support this great brother. So yes, Hinu, great brother Anu. I love the story that you told, and going into all of what you went into, showing the ISFET, and you know, and how it's hidden, and then concluding it with Ma'at, because these are tools, and this is something that is important for us to understand today, because a lot of times, because we see a lot of the evil that people do with the tools, it makes us not want to utilize them or be afraid of what it's capable of. But I'm so happy that you concluded it in the way that you did, in giving people the proper way and the original way that these tools were used. So Tua for that. Hotep, Minty Hotep Hinu, giving you acknowledgement.
Hotep Hinu.
Hotep, glad to see you. Yes, and the patents that you showed, hope people documented those and really go in and read that, because sometimes you have to read something. Heard you say it too, you know, might need to read that a few times. Sometimes we have to do that for it to really click on what's taking place. And I patent 4877027, where sound is induced in the head of a person by radiation through microwave. And this is I guarantee 97% of people have microwaves in their home to heat up their food, which goes from the inside out. So that's a very powerful thing. So I'm glad that you pointed that out to us for that. That was very powerful, and the other patents as well, and showing how these things are technically protected by the governmental agencies. So someone had an idea and brought it forward, and a patent is in the same realm of a trademark or a copyright. You know, here's my idea, here's what I have, here's my invention, and I want to protect it so no one else can steal it. And if someone else uses it, I can now receive the benefit of whatever they benefit from using my technology. And so, yes, people are patenting these type of weaponry. And just depending on how you word certain things, it don't have to come off as that. So Tuah for showing that. Going into all of the what's the word you use? School hootings or yeah. And when I spoke with the great brother Anu prior, and I told him that I actually know someone personally who did participated in an act of a church, and anyone can look this up. His name is Emmanuel Sampson, and he shot someone. We shot, I think, 8 people, killed one in a church that he went to. He attended that church, and he spoke about how he heard voices going to do it. And this is someone I knew in high school. I know this person, and so when I learned of what he did, it was completely surprising. Had no idea, and so it absolutely makes sense. And and I also know to be a fact because of my own personal experience through certain things, and knowing how these frequencies are utilized to place thoughts in your mind. And this is why a lot of times people end up removing themselves from this, erasing themselves, because, and he attempted to do that too. He shot himself after doing that. And so this is a major part, and this is something that's very personal to me because of knowing and seeing situations take place like that, where these thoughts are being projected and injected into the mind of a lot of time that are beings of light and high potential. And so it's a consistent battle and war. So Tuah for showing that and bringing that light to that section, because a lot of times people see that and will write it off as something else, and not truly understand that these bodies are vessels, and through the patterns you can see the body can be used as a weapon for the person who is doing the coding and the projecting. And so you showed that. So that was beautiful how you showed that. And then going into HARP and showing how they can control and manipulate weather. They can do that. It's a fact. They do it. And they speak about it openly. And then going into the music. The artists, they're not artists. These are I don't know what these, you call them a thing. These are things. I don't know what these things are. But the noise that they're making, and you going and reversing the music and seeing how when reversing the music, it still is able to tell a story. And for those who don't think that that there are people who take the time to study frequency, just because they don't speak about this openly, they study this, and you can practice this, and you can learn how to manipulate sound with your voice to project a particular way. And when you go to reverse it, it can say something completely different. And it's really coded. And there are people who study and do this for these reasons right here. So Tuah for going into that and showing the importance of that and what we consume, what we take in. Repetition is absolutely just used for programming. And When you consistently listen to a particular song or taking a particular tone, depending on what the sound is programmed with, it is absolutely reconstructing your DNA, as you showed and you went through and seeing how water, when you speak to water, and you can literally change the structure on a molecular level of the substance, and everything is water. So it's very powerful. And going into the double slit theory and or experiment, and showing how consciousness affects reality, and then concluding it with the RE, and how we knew that and we taught that through the consciousness is the action, because it's to do something, it's to create something, and you used it to heal. The RE watch it. So that was very beautiful, great brother. How you told that story and made it very clear and concise, and gave people a lot of information to dig into, because sometimes it needs to we need to be told in a particular way, in different avenues, for it to really start to click. And again, it's repetition, because the matrix is repeatedly beating you over the head with ISFET. So you have to make a conscious decision to say, I need to reprogram myself on a consistent basis with my eye, nonstop, and not allow any room for any ISFET to come in. So that was very powerful, great brother. Tua Hinu, support this great brother. Support this great brother in this class. I know he said he's bringing a Marduk part 2 class. So his great brother's putting in work. He's studying, and you see it. You see it. So it's a beautiful thing. So great job. Excellent job, great brother. Hinu to you.
Tua, so much. Tua, very, very much. Your words are Makeru. You and the other brothers are definitely an inspiration. Sabatuti is definitely an inspiration. Without all of you, I would not be able to do this. You recap the presentation in a fantastic way, definitely. Tua, very much for sharing the person you knew, the experience of the person you knew that you went to school with. That reinforces it even more. Tua, very much for your sound frequency, for allowing me to being a part of the repetition, and for you as well being a part of the repetition. I remember when you showed the double split experiment as well, and inspired me to put it in here. I'm very grateful for your words, grateful for your life, grateful for all that you do, for making the thumbnail, for your tones. Definitely, you are definitely fighting with the blue light. Hearing your tones after the class felt so good. And then listening to the lyrics too, it paired extremely well with the teaching. That goes into another interesting thing I was going to put in the class, but it's so interesting, the synchronicities, the vibration, and the connectivity and relation between all of us. I appreciate you very much. Hotep Marie.
Hotep Marie, great brother.
Yeah, we're here, and we're the best.
Welcome, Minty Hotep. Peace.
Peace, Hotep, Neb Mary Cass, Brother Anu, Sister Antu, Brother Manku, and Brother Ani. It's great to be back up here with you all. That presentation was very personal to me. I broke down and cried at a couple of times. because this is something that I experience on a daily basis. I have burning sensations in my legs and my arms and my body. I want to say at least 70% of the day. Like as I'm sitting here, the bottoms of my feet are burning. In 2006, I had a medical episode and I got an MRI. And they couldn't figure out what was going on. They said that I had peripheral neuropathy. And then they decided that it was the symptoms of MS, multiple sclerosis. And I didn't choose to do regular conventional medicine. I chose to treat it through holistic, doing chiropractic and taking care of myself, putting more attention on taking care of myself. But the burning and the numbness sensation, it's never gone away, and it's just become my new norm since 2006. And I just want to bring it to everyone's conscious that these things, you don't see them happening. Like if you look at me, you wouldn't be able to tell that I'm in pain. You would not be able to tell. As a result of all of this, I do have a handicap placard on my car. So when I drive and I don't feel like I can walk the distance, I'll use the handicap slip, and people will just look at me like I'm a criminal. And people have no idea of the amount of concentration it takes for me to do simple things. You brought into my consciousness the forced nudging. That's another, I don't know if that's a side effect of the multiple sclerosis. I don't know if I even have that. I don't know if I'm under attack by these directed energy weapons, but it wouldn't surprise me if that's what it was. So Tua for bringing that into my consciousness, and it gives me something to seriously consider as an alternative. And I'm going to share this with my chiropractor. She's a holistic chiropractor, because if I'm experiencing things like this, I know other people have to be experiencing them. So I just wanted to come up and show my gratitude for you exposing the government and the evil that they do to innocent people. And just put into people's consciousness that when you look at somebody, you never know what's going on with them. You will have no idea unless they tell you, or unless you really know. So I thought that was beautiful, the way that you presented that. And with the music, I don't really listen to mainstream music too much anyways, because I already know it's already programmed with evil. So Tua for bringing that into the consciousness of the youth. And yeah, Tua for this this afternoon. It's it was the whole afternoon. It was the long one, but it was very informative, and I think that I'm very glad that I had the opportunity to be here live.
Niniuk and Tua very much for being here live and giving your attention to the class. May whatever you're going through be healed with the E-Re, your thoughts, your observation, others' observation, your sound vibration, and other people's sound vibration, and for most importantly, the netters' sound vibration, E-Re, from their mouth. May they speak in the other realm to heal you. May they observe you to heal you. May they use their cause to heal you. And remember that your mind plays a role in many things. Stay positive. Stay consistent in thinking great things about yourself. Say great things about yourself. And I have faith that you will get better. There's always people here to help you. Personally, I will always be here if you need someone to talk to. I know that our wonderful Sabatuti, he knows he's the real one. He's the party. He's on top. So Sabatuti, you will
Yeah,
help.
something that was very synchronistic about it all is that while I was watching the presentation, I had messaged him and he messaged me back, so we had a little interaction. And I'm gonna go visit him pretty soon, and this is something that is going to be discussed with some other things that that we were discussing. So the timing on this was just absolutely perfect, because yesterday I was actually speaking with him, and I told him that I described it as vertigo. I don't know if anybody's ever had vertigo before, but one of the onsets of vertigo is it's in your inner ear, and it throws off your equilibrium. So I have to tell people sometimes when I'm walking, I look wobbly, like I'm drunk or something, like kind of swaying. That's because I don't even know if it's a misdiagnosis, but these are the symptoms. Very wobbly. It's uncoordination. So I have to tell people, I'm not drunk. I'm just wobbly. And we were talking about that yesterday, and then you have this for me today. So Tua to the Naturu for guiding you to bring this forth.
Tua to the Natiru. Tua to all ancestors. Tua to you, Minty. Tua Menku. Tua Ani. Tua Antu. To all viewers. It makes me happy to know that you are going to see Sabatuti. He has that little wand. Work his magic. To all very much for telling us all that you did, because you really didn't have to. However, here, I have faith that all of us have positive minds, and that we will use our consciousness or our sound vibration or observation to do what we're supposed to do, which is help you heal. So Tua.
Absolutely. Nani, Tua to you.
Niru.
Yes, Hotep Henu, Tua Menti, very happy to see you here on the panel with us and to hear your tones. Yeah, Uncle Ja, Uncle Dejed Usir, to you. And yes, it's a journey, right? This is an experience. So yes, Tua for sharing what you do and for your vulnerabilities. And we will be sure to protect that for you. So Tuan Henu. Yeah, it's a beautiful thing, that we have guidance from Saba Tehuti, and that he teaches us how to be self-sustainable, and he doesn't just do the things for us; he teaches us how to do them for ourselves, and with that, it gives us the opportunity to consistently work and dig within, like the great Tep Aui Ptah Hotep teaches, is to always examine within self, and always keep in the mindset, within those times when we're in the temples and we have the Medu Netter, and Ma'at is being written to combat ISFET. It's literally why it exists. And in those times, now it's like this is Ma'at right here is what you see. It isn't 4,200 kilometers down the it's right here, while ISFET is all around. So that always keeps me extremely focused and aware of everything, and being able to understand what you're a part of. And I always tell when Karu, once you come into this, right, it's like it's a whole entire journey getting to this place, to where you can have access to the doorway that leads outside of the matrix. It's a whole experience just to get to that door. Now, when you walk through the door, now you have to be consciously aware of the battles that are taking place. Prior, it was a state of not knowing, right? A lot of it's subconscious. A lot of it is just the inner knowing, but it becomes even more difficult when you're aware of what it is that you are surrounded by, and what you're taking place and what you're participating in. And so it doesn't, we're stronger together than we are alone. And it's just like, in nature, when one steers away from the pack, you become vulnerable to those who are watching, who are hiding and lurking, in the bushes. But they have to remain in that space when the group travels together, and they're not so quick to jump out. They have to remain in their positions, and we're aware of you. So it's not a secret. It's not no sneak up. It's like I see you, and we're here. We're aware, and that's a very strong defense mechanism, and the ability to go on the offense as well. And that's why I love the Natiru, because it teaches you to be a warrior, both in light, in Aku, and in your everyday walk. And it isn't the the passive everybody get along thing, because that just doesn't exist. So I'm very thankful and grateful to each and every one of you who are walking through this path of Ma'at, and understanding that, and I tell Nefer Keperet this often, is that this is the most beneficial pathway, but it's the most difficult to walk, because there's so much that can distract you and wants to pull you away. They want to pull each of us away from this, and this is why you see it happen all the time. Deep internally, those who are here really want to be here, but it is a consistent battle, and the consciousness and the energies that are very prevalent on this planet definitely want to remove you, each of us, from the group. So I always give hinu and praise to each of you who always stay here, and when you need assistance, when you just even words, because words are so powerful. Sometimes you just need to hear a word from someone. Sometimes you just need a reassurance of what you have with you. Who you're locked arms with, to make you feel that strength again, have that DECODED of firmness. This is who I am. This is what I represent, and this is what I stand for. So I'm very thankful to you, Minty. Minty Hotep Nuti Ma'at. I'm very thankful for each and every one of you. It's very powerful. So to our Hinu, great brother Anu, for this class, very powerful. It's going to assist a lot of people. And to our Antu for supporting the great brother's DECODED and helping to keep him strong and focused. So it's a beautiful thing. So again, support this great brother. I'll go through the support that did come through here momentarily. Be sure to utilize those links that's pinned to the top. Again, the Maru is we all support each other. This great brother supporting everyone here with his teachings, and it's a beautiful thing. So yes, Hotep Hinu to the great Saba Tehuti, and to his Neturets and to his A'ut, his animals, all that help to keep him strong and firm as well. And House of Aten is here. We're not going anywhere but where we want to go. So, we're going to keep doing what we do, and do it like the great ancestors did in Nefer and beauty and high consciousness. So Hotep Hinu, to our great brother Minku Ara for sharing the links, and I'll post the StreamYard link too if anyone wants to come up and say anything as well. Nookpoo, you're welcome to the panel, great brother. Hush Nation, you're welcome to the panel. I love your words in the chat, your activeness. Come to the panel. Peace, Komet Heru Hancock, great brother. Hinu to you. You're welcome to come up here as well. Yeah, it's just a very powerful thing. So keep on moving. It's like I said, I am learning to compartmentalize what I find in my mental's eye. And so that's the that's why I love words and Medu and lyrics, right? I could have been labeled mental, voices in my head. If I speak to the wrong one, I'd be diagnosed schizophrenic. Creating pollution you can't escape from. We're Captain Planet. So, Hinu to you, great brother, for exposing the pollution and a way to combat it, and a way to utilize what they're using against us for our own benefit and to heal each other. So, to our Hinu.
Yeah, I wanted to add also, the fact that they're turning the planet into a huge magnet in an MRI. That I didn't know that. So to us for bringing that to my awareness, because I'm sure a lot of other people didn't know that. I didn't even know that that was a possibility. But I know that the MRI has so much radioactive energy that you're not even supposed to go in there without. I think they put like a metal shield on you or something, some kind of bodysuit or something. Like if you're just getting your head, they put some kind of helmet on you. But just to think that that's in our frequency, we really need to be mindful of protecting ourselves from that, and especially the children, because you don't know in 10, 20 years what the effects of that is going to be long term.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great point. Yeah, throw this vest on. You'll be all right. Hop in there. You'll be okay. Don't worry about it. So yes, Henu, and let me. Nukpu said he's in the road. My brother's traveling in the road. Nice. Henu to Nukpu. All right, and let me show the support. To everyone who is here for the entire class, those who are watching on the playback and appreciate this and see what's being built here, the community of such beautiful beings, Kath and Bas and Akus, and all the transformation that's taking place. And this is the only place where it can exist. Yeah, Ma'at literally is the answer. You know, and that's why one of the words for protection is Mak. Ka, which means you, and Ma. It's literally your protection, is Ma'at. It's a beautiful thing. So, yeah, let me show these. This support to all the Meru. And I will start with the great brother Nukpu. Nukpu. All right, here we are. Who sends in 333 for Henu, Neter, Anu, Ankh, Uja, Seneb, Makaru, 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 Hotep, Mary, Ma'at. Yes, to our Henu great brother Nukpu, Nukpu. When you are ready, there is no need for you to be bullet dodging. Yes, Henu, great brother. Tua for being who you are, always supporting in every class. He promotes the classes. He's in the Discord meetings. This great brother is serious about Ma'at. So Tua for leading by example. Great brother. We definitely appreciate you and your Medu. All right, and next we have the lovely Harass Did, who sends in 888 for eyes mind blown. What to Harass Did, you can join the panel too. Come join us on the panel. She says, LOL, I don't own a microwave on purpose. Excellent. Excellent. And that's a great metaphor for just how people even live life today. It's Henu to you, Harass Did, for supporting this class, supporting the great brother and what he brought forth. Tuan Henu to you for being in the classes, and you definitely utilize a lot of what's brought forth, and it shows, and it's definitely reflective in you. So Tuan Henu for doing what you're doing. And you're doing fantastic. So Tua Harass Did.
Can I add something really quick?
Of course.
Yes, Sister Harass Did. That is great. And I encourage everybody to throw their microwave in the garbage. There's no reason to have a microwave. It just breaks down. It breaks down all the nutrients in your food. It takes out all of it. So it's like you're just eating empty, just like a empty piece of cardboard. I would highly encourage everybody to throw their microwave in the trash. And I get it, it's convenient, but you can also just put whatever you're heating up in the oven.
Yes, I agree. You can get even one of the little portable ovens as well. Yeah, it may take an extra 5 minutes, 6, 7 minutes, but it's okay. Read something while you.
You're gonna be okay without your microwave. It's going to be all right. Just throw that thing out. It's not worth it.
Yes. Yeah, Tua for that, Minty. You seen what Anu showed. So Henu to you, Harass did Tua. All right, and let's go to this great brother here, ISFET, who sends in 2072 for Tua Anu, Henu for your teachings.
Yo, let's go.
Tua Henu to this great brother ISFET, another great brother who is extremely consistent and participates in everything that the House of Aten brings forth. Yeah, I'm very thankful to be around such powerful beings of light who truly want to break out of this matrix. So, and to this great brother, extremely consistent, and I know he's also in his studies. So, Henu and Tua to ISFET. Give him another round of applause just for his consistency.
Can I say something really quick?
Of course, great brother.
ISFET, we will gladly encourage and celebrate when you want to come and have a share, exploration, a presentation. You are a powerful energy in the House of Aten, and look forward to you sharing your Ka, your Ba with everyone that needs it. There are a lot of people in the world that are hurting, and we are the ones that can bring the medicine. So it's just an open arm invitation to you, great brother. We really appreciate all that you bring to the HOA. Hotep Henu.
Yes, I'm also looking forward to that. No pressure, great brother. Come up and do your thing. You know, it's going to be fantastic. You see the great brother Anu by his 7th class. He's you're gonna think he's needs to be somewhere in doing lectures in front of large groups. So it's just a beautiful thing. And what's being cultivated here. Go ahead.
Sorry about that. Did you set your timer? How long was that? About 5 hours?
It was, what was it? Let's see. Let's tell you right now. Let's see here.
I love the enthusiasm that you have when you're presenting too. It's really good.
Do all very much.
Absolutely.
It was close to 3 hours.
Close to 3. Wow.
That brother got a lot more. So, yes, to our Henu, Ox Effect, looking forward to you. All right, and let us go to Eric Romney, who sends in $30. Support from Fix. Big salute to the HOA. Hotep.
Yo, let's go.
Henu to Fix. Who is this in the chat? I would love to know, because I don't think there's a Fix in the chat. Yes, let us know, because I want to know. I would like to be able to put a name that we see with this to give the proper dua. So Hotep Henu, for the support and supporting the HOA, and supporting, you know, this class in particular. We definitely appreciate you. I think this may be the first time I've seen this name as a support. Okay, Hush Nation, dua to you, Hush Nation. Yes, Henu to you, great brother. You are part of the Maru, the great supporters, and we definitely appreciate you for that, Hush Nation. That's me. Excellent.
I need to share this with you all, I think, and this just came to me, and I want to kind of understand it a little bit more. But maybe the Netzeru recorded all that they recorded. What if they did everything that they did so we could inherit it, so that we could give it to everybody else, right? To pass it on to the generations that heal each other and be an example. It's like, this is for you, but don't keep it to yourself. Give it to everybody else, right? This is what this is for. This is what we're supposed to be doing. I left this land of love, of Mary, for you to love even greater than I have loved you. I did this for you, and you should do this for everyone that needs the love as well. This is what these teachings are for.
It's a social responsibility at this point.
It's a obligation. I left all of this for you. This is so much wealth and health and love. You can't even take it all in. You don't have space for it. You got to give it away. That's why the Tamil who is taking it. They're like, oh, this is so much. Oh, they don't want it. I'm gonna take it. Yeah, there are museums everywhere. Every country got our stuff but us.
That's a fact. That's a fact, great brother. I agree with you wholeheartedly. Yeah, this how deep you want to get, you know. Yeah, I love what you said. Absolutely, and that's why your name is Marie, great brother, because you exude that. So Henry to you.
I discovered this Tamil from Italy. They have a museum. I can't think of his name, but the image that you showed, Ramesses II, is in Italy. It was the Egyptologist, or they actually called him. What did they call him? I'm gonna think of his name. I'm gonna put it in the chat. They actually called him what he really was, right? He wasn't really an Egyptologist or archaeologist. He was a straight thief. And so in Italy, they have a museum with the Ramesses statue that you showed is one of the most intricate, beautiful statues for Tamari, and it's in Italy. And he like basically was a thief. And so, you know, we have to change all of this. So this what we're doing is extremely powerful. So I just wanted to share this. So yeah, I had to get that out. I'm sorry.
Yeah, they're straight up thieves, and they call them art collectors. It's the fancy name for just being a thief.
Yeah, the museum you're speaking about is the Museo Egizio in Italy, where they have that. They have a lot, and I mean, these people will find papyruses, and I really, man, so much. But say two people will find one papyrus, and I'll be like, okay, we're gonna split this. One of them takes half of it, the other one takes the other half, and then they sell that to this museum in Italy. They sell this one to this museum in Russia. So they start parting out everything, and whoever has the highest bid, you know, gets it. Which is it's a absolute crazy concept to think that someone can benefit so much in today's currency from something that they had nothing to do with. You just have to find it and then claim it. That's when you know where it belongs. You know. Let's here's this closed off per head that's closed off on purpose. Let's just break in and start taking everything. Yeah, we definitely need to, as you said, great brother, care more, because, you know, this is certain things. If we were offline, we were in a room, I would talk more freely, but yeah, it's we do what we do, and we're going to continue to lead by example in that, and you know what they do have and show, give it the proper teaching, give it the proper translation, to give the ancestors respect for what they brought forth, and not allow it to be misinterpreted and minimized the way that they do when it comes to, you know, the especially the Perm Harus, and because the Perm Harus are some of the most pristine papyruses that we have, because they were buried with them. So yeah, Hindu to you, great brother, for pointing that out. Very, very, very powerful too. Give this great brother Menku Ara will be calm. Next minute he'd be fired up. We ready to grab the axes and walk somewhere. So you never know with this great brother. So Tua Hindu to you.
Yeah.
All right. So yes, Tua. To all the great Maru who supported, we definitely appreciate you. Ox Effect, Nookpoo, Harass Did, Hush Nation. We appreciate you for supporting this class with us live. Those who are watching on the playback, you will also give you adoration for supporting this during our next class. And And yeah, great job, Anu. Very powerful job. So we will begin our closeout, and let's start with you, Minty Hotep. Close us out. Give us a Medu Nefer.
Yes, to Henu, to our master teacher Saba Tehuti, Tua, for all the work that you do, for all the hard research that you do, for your consistency and leading by example. Tua and Henu, to the House of Aten, for the same consistency. I have so much gratitude for everyone that shows up here every week and in between the week on the weekdays. I love you all, and it's just great to be back in this frequency and this vibration. And I just want to remind people to be kind and be mindful of what is not seen, because this is only going to get better before it gets worse. And Brother Anu, you spreading awareness that there's a possibility that we might be living inside of a microwave. This is people need to know this so we can protect ourselves, because we don't know what the long-term effects are. We don't know what the short-term effects are, but I know that it's affecting some. So Tua and Henu, to the House of Aten, just for being the House of Aten. Neb Nefer Ankh, everything is beautiful in life. No matter what the challenges are, the Natiru, we have the power to overcome. Peace and love.
Peace and love. Didn't let me down. Great Minty. Very beautiful, Tua, for that. Yes, Henu Hotep, Tua to everyone who's here with us and taking in this beautiful information. Henu and Tua to the great Saba Tehuti and all that support him, and Tua to the great Aut. Henu to the Tip Aui, the Pa'ut, the great ancestors, the Natiru, for leading this and constructing. I want to also give a Henu to all of the Nefer, all of the ones who played a part in bringing all of the Nefer Bas here, because without certain situations, there wouldn't be an Anu here, there wouldn't be an Antu here, there wouldn't be a Minku Ara here. So to the ones who also did what they did to help lead everyone here, whether in a positive way or a negative way. It all is purposeful. So as the Tef would say, to the haters. Henu, for your attention. Without your attention, this can never exist. Sekim M. Arit, Murder Ka'a, Semu Hatu Natiru, Pert Ent Hetep. I obtain the power to do what pleases my Ka. May the hearts of the Natiru lead me. I come forth in peace. Hotep Tua. Go ahead, great brother Minku Ara. We'll let Antu and Anu close us out.
To a great brother, sending this message out, that all who observe and can receive, you are powerful, you are wonderful, you are loved, you are special. Sending protection, prosperity, peace, and abundance to everyone. This was a very powerful ceremony. It's wonderful to see you all in formation, It's a very powerful nation that is being built of warriors, and so much for a place where people can find their voice and grow and send out that light and fight to take back the airwaves. So I will end with the adoration to Tehuti. Come to me, Tehuti, O noble ibis. Come to me and give me counsel to make me skillful in your calling. He who masters it is found fit to hold office. Fate and fortune are to be found with you. Hotep Hinu.
Hotep and Mary, to everybody that is watching. I appreciate all of you very much, and your crew and your life, to offer being healthy and alive. I appreciate everything that you all do individually, every day, consistently within Ma'at. I appreciate all of your workings and for you being here. Together we are fighting this matrix, and we are never ending. House of Aten is forever, and I'm very appreciative of the House of Aten. I'm very appreciative of Tehuti Amunhotep Ra, Tua to Tehuti for creating me and creating Anu daily. Tua to everything that he has done and all the choices he has made. And Tua to Anu for everything you have done. You are the reason why I am here, and words cannot express how much that means to me and our future children as well. All of you are super important and vital to the generations to come. All of you are saving generations. So to us, so much for all that you are all doing. I'm going to end with a hymn to everyone. This goes to everybody. Henunek iu kemu urtu tuatu iu kemu seku. Sing hymns of praise to you as the stars which never rest. Praise to you as the stars that never set. Tua, Hotep, and Mary forever.
Tua, wonderful, great. Atef, Par Ii, Sabatuti, Amunhotep Ra. Without you, none of this would be possible. Tua for guiding me in this realm and in the Tuat. Tua to your neters for sustaining you and holding up your Dejed. Tua to the HOA for being the house of Ma'at within this time, for being the inspiration, for allowing me to be a limb within this body that we are building. To all the supporters, for being sustenance, for being Neb, sustainers of the House of Aten. Without the support, without the attention, we would not be able to keep going. To everybody that came to the class, to all the people who are going to be watching the class in the future. I know this will help many people. If anyone would want a part 2, I will make a part 2. Next week, I will be presenting my part 2 of Marduk in his 50 names, as requested by the people. Anu, Hotep Meri, to all of you, you're all very much so inspirations, and all play a Nefer part in reestablishing Ma'at in the minds of the people. To Antu for being my Dejed, for holding me up and for protecting me with her vulture wings like Mut. I will end with Medu. Keper tutu ker kef sunef hesekni temu desunef. Tua Tehuti iuf irif irit anku em ket pu kurt aat ent netter. May it happen that the evil one shall fall when he setteth in order destruction for me. let be cut asunder his vertebrae. Thank you, Tehuti. He performs works and lives upon things after the manner of the great Neter. Hotep, Ankuja Seneb, Mary.
All right, let us close out with the affirmation. Minty Hotep, close us out.
All right, my pleasure. Okay, here we go on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Anki Amaat, Un Nin Tat Aset Amaat, Min Habapet Amaat, Per Inyukui, Per Ikut. I live for Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. Yeah, we're here, and we're the best.
Yo, let's go. And yes, the Hekau really works.
They are the grandest creators. There is no room for debaters. Step to me with your whack knowledge and I'll split your head like equator because I'm full of different flavors. Come and watch your behavior.
Yo, let's go.
Shed. Close my eyes, then I woke up back in my bed. I could see my room as clear as looking through a lens. See, I thought I was awake, so then I tried to move. But my body shocked me like I was plugged in a socket. I started panicking and scrambling within my mental. I thought I died and now my body, I'm forever locked in. I was screaming, help me, someone help me please. But there wasn't any sound making it through my teeth. I could see movement in motion, shadows gather around me. How could I close my eyes already closed. Eating alkaline at this time, fasting reads so shocking. I was stuck in a paralysis, it had me froze. It's time to shed. It's time to shed. I heard a voice in the back of my head. Rebirth. It's time to shed. It's time to shed. It's time to shed. I heard a voice in the back of my head. Rebirth. It's time to shed. I finally started waking up and coming back. I was in the opposite of state's effect. That's relaxed, I grabbed my phone and started to do research. Knowledge of what happened, I was in a lack. Insidious, the movie came direct to mind. Every time I've seen this, it was connected to what's not divine. Demons crawling forcefully, holding the body down. Ain't no point in trying to scream, you will not make a sound. Deep within, I knew I made that a reality. The all is mine, I saw it, and so shall it be. I start replacing fear with knowing universe is mental. Talking to my subconscious to wake me up in dreams. Then one day my spirit guides came in so essential. Daylight's astral playing loud in my dream helped to set me free. I'm back in paralysis laying on my couch. But this time I was calm, ready to exit out. It's time to shed. It's time to shed. I heard a voice in the back of my head. Rebirth. It's time to shed. It's time to shed. It's time to shed. I heard a voice in the back of my head. Rebirth. It's time to shed. From what I read, I need to move my arms in front of me. See a rope and pull it, separate and then release. Now I'm out, I see my house is gleaming, I accept it. Looking in the mirror, staring at my car's reflection. I was so ecstatic, flying in every direction. This was months of subconscious reprogramming and redirection. Place my thoughts in my body, wake up, that's what I did. I was reborn from that day so I could start to live. time to shed. It's time to shed. I heard a voice in the back of my head. Rebirth, it's time to shed.